dream too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. I smoke too much. I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. 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 Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop.
Welcome to the Reverie Esports Open number 74. I'm FX joined by my partner Octavian, and we're starting the evening off nice and strong.
Oh, we're at partner status now. Ooh,
Yes.
interesting. All right. Well, yeah, we are going to be starting off strong here as we get into the first match of the night, and well, looks like we're going to be getting into the first picks and bans as well. That is generally how it begins and how it will continue to begin. I don't think that is an ingredient of League of Legends that Riot is going to be swapping around anytime soon.
It'd be rather unusual for the bans to happen after everything else. But for those of you just joining us, this is going to be Team Convicted versus Team Teddy Bears.
All right, and Jace, Caitlin, probably going to be simply comfort picks banned out this early on. Well, I say early on. We are into the semifinals, but of course we have two semifinals and then the finals. Again, how it works and how it has continued to work and will continue to work for a very long time. And at that point, even relatively early on in a best of one system, you're just going to try and get people off of what they're most comfortable with. And I imagine these teams have looked into the profiles of the other players, are perhaps even looking into the profiles of them right now and just cherry picking away whatever they play the most, whatever they main. And that really is the danger of being a one trick. Not to point the finger at any particular player in this game, but it's just an interesting note to make, especially if you're thinking of getting into the tournament scene. It pays to be variegated, as the SAT word would have it.
Absolutely. We've seen lots of examples of that. The best players, you see lots of them get targeted with lots of bans, and they can still pull another character out to play and do it well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, versatility is as much a skill as anything else in this game. And looks like some focus on the jungle for the side of CV, as they're going to be getting rid of both Rengar and Vi. And then one ban towards the 80 carry position. LeBlanc being taken off the table alongside Syndra, two Now with LeBlanc's changes, actually two fairly similar champions. LeBlanc is now being considered one of the better mid laners as we weave our way through the second patch of the preseason, and has just as much burst. Maybe shaved 10% of the burst off of her kit that she had before, but now she's much more versatile and has the ability to proc her passive more easily as well,
No,
which used to be on her Q.
it's definitely I look forward to seeing when we can actually see LeBlanc in a tournament game because I haven't seen her yet because she's been either not picked or banned.
That may be a little while. I wouldn't be surprised if LeBlanc was on the ban list every single game tonight. That's how much of a reputation she's gotten over the last patch.
Well, I'll have to cross my fingers then. For those, we do have a Lee Sin pick and a Maokai and a Rek'Sai pick for the side of Team Teddy Bears.
Continued emphasis on the junglers between these two teams, both picked up in the first round of drafts. First picking Lee Sin is a really, really aggressive move. Rek'Sai, I think, is a pretty good pick into it. Relatively safe, can either duel or get away from the Lee Sin. Doesn't duel quite as reliably, I suppose, but still powerful in her own right. And just a good all-around jungler. You know, Rek'Sai's never really a bad pick.
Definitely very solid, very versatile, and can basically do anything.
Yeah, bringing it back around to the versatility point, I guess, but not player versatility, champion versatility. It really is just about versatility in League of Legends. You don't want to be shoehorned into one particular role because then you are countered all the more easily. We're getting through these picks and bans pretty swiftly, though. The other picks that we didn't mention for CV are a Poppy and a Bard, of course, as you can see on the screen, and Twitch is being hovered. Another sort of new pennant bearer of the meta. Twitch has gained in popularity by a large degree recently. And on the other side, we have Nami and Ezreal, a very defensive but still quite powerful duo lane.
And to round out the picks, it is going to be a Victor being locked in for mid lane for the China CV.
All arrow going to
Victor,
be grabbing that.
another somewhat generic mid-range mage that is very bursty, very versatile.
Yeah, that's actually a really good way to put it. Generic mid-range mage. Victor kind of does fill that role, and he fills it really, really well and has done for a while now. And honestly, I don't see a problem with it. Victor certainly has had his points in the past where he's been a little bit overtuned, but I think he's at a really good spot right now, similar to Orianna, where he's just got enough power to be a worthy pick without having so much power that he's overwhelming and shutting out other laners, which is a really difficult point to hit. So a little bit of props to Riot for that.
That's the nice thing about Riot. Riot doesn't get enough credit with how they balance. Sometimes they can be a little heavy-handed.
There are the Rengars and the Olafs of the world.
Yes, but I mean...
Olaf not as much recently, but you can recall back to Season 3, that highlight clip of Dyrus.
That is true. But they always do a good job of shaking up the meta, trying to get things rebalanced. And obviously they're not perfect, but they're better than a lot of other companies when it comes to balancing their games.
Yeah, and there are some really, really compelling and well-designed champions. That's for sure. When they've got a roster of 130 something, I think at this point, different characters to balance.
Like
of course, there are going to be some that are overshadowed by others, but it's just a matter of keeping it constantly moving and never allowing something to stagnate for too long. But that's it for the picks and pans. We've got both team comps locked in. Any final thoughts here, Effect?
Looking at the picks here, it's going to come down mostly probably to how the junglers approach these ganks. Top lane is going to be a top lane. Not much we can talk about. Not much we can talk about there. The only way anyone's dying up there is if somebody gets too aggressive or if a jungler comes up to say hi. How Jeffrey Butler deals with all zero will be interesting to see in the mid lane, because taking teleport rather than, say, ignite or ghost or something, so that gives him a little more map mobility, so you can also use that to gank somewhere else, say, like bottom lane.
It's actually the point I wanted to hit. There's more combat-oriented summoners from the side of CV in general, as they've got the Ghost on Arrow, and Azerathir is running Ignite instead of the Exhaust from Super Inspired, though Exhaust is still a combat summoner in its own right. So really aggressive summoner choices overall. But we've still got about 2 minutes left in the spectator delay, so maybe we can toss it to some music and get to the game without staying over long on the pick ban.
Absolutely. So on that note, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back as soon as we're in game. So don't go anywhere, guys.
It's never too late to admit when you're wrong. Turn a new leaf, see a new dawn. The time to decide has come and gone. Just give me a chance, we can carry on. I've made my choice, these drums of your voice, they run through my head as I remember the day. Stay in this moment.
And here we are. We're on the Rift. Let me go ahead and take the moment to adjust everything that needs to be adjusted.
Oh, Effect, you speak slightly too soon, at least for me, as I'm still looking at a loading screen. I guess my computer is taking a few moments to catch up. But you go ahead and give them the Effect solo cast treatment while I take another 30, 40 seconds here to load in.
Well, we see Team Teddy Bears doing a standard line of scrimmage, but CV is actually going for an aggressive play in the
Provided, of
top
course,
side
Effect
jungle.
is still there. I hope Effect is still there. I'm on the Rift, though, so whether Effect is here or not, I am with you all, folks. And we've got 30 seconds until the minions spawn. We've got an attempted invade there from CV as they head into the opposing topside jungle, but they find nothing doing up there, and they're simply going to back away. Nothing burned. Oh, actually, no. Julie Diamond had to burn a flash, and I didn't load in time to see exactly what transpired to make that happen. But one way or another, it is one summoner down for the Maokai, and that is the effect of the damage. So a little bit of a safer laning phase, I imagine, from Julie Diamond, but other than that, not too much is going to change. You with us, Effect?
Can you hear me? Hello? Test?
Test successful, at least on my end.
Okay, I thought I had to make sure everything was on. I don't know why you couldn't hear me. I didn't do anything.
That's odd. Things just randomly turning off by themselves is not pleasant. A little bit spooky. But,
Very
you know,
spooky.
I'm spooked or not, I think we must have the cast go on, as the saying goes. I think that has to do with shoutcasting, right?
Yes, something like that. Close enough. So,
Close enough.
hopefully we don't run into any more issues, though we just have to wing it when it happens. And we're off.
All right, as Jeffrey Butler and All Arrow trade some blows there in the mid lane, as Aerith there looking for a stun and finding it on Super Inspired. Flashing the mastery thereafter as well. Super Inspired having opted for the Ebb and Flow level 1. It leaves them a little bit vulnerable to a full-on engage as there's no CC available from the Nami. Some healing early on can be nice, but Super Inspired going to take a chunk of damage there on the way out.
Both Super Inspired and Serenity taking pretty good chunks of damage there.
Xerath, they're looking for another aggressive stun. This has been overall a very aggressive Bard player so far, and we're only 2.5 minutes in. I can see why the Ignite pick is warranted for sure. But Lies and Azero have done a great job of holding even in levels, and there's a deep ward from Serenity there. So they actually see this attempted early gank from Tazima. Because you can get... Oh, that stun was beautiful into Serenity, but a stun into Azero here may prove doomed for him as Dexima coming in from the bush is going to force the flash from Serenity, and it's the flash forward from Lies for the first blood. In the end, first blood going to CV's bottom lane.
Dexima getting the assist there as well. I'm assuming that was because of the shield.
Safeguarded forward, yeah. I think he landed a Tempest as well, perhaps. It was a very messy fight. But an assist going to Dexima is nice as well.
A little sloppy from the side of Teddy Bears there.
Yeah, I think it was a critical error to shift forward when they knew that there was a Lee Sin in the area. I mean, Serenity may have been able to assume that Lee Sin had based, but it's a dangerous assumption to make.
Hopefully they don't pay for that the entire game, because that's a rough thing to happen.
Well, the end result is going to be that Lies gets a very early call. And actually, Azero there feels that he's safe to roam, and he's going to land the stun through the minion wave onto Jeffrey Butler. A charm back onto the Bard is going to be enough to dissuade any further chase as Dexima dives into the turret to protect his support. And some more aggressive play here from the side of CV.
So they forced Jeffrey Butler's flash and maybe the teleport as well. We'll have to see if he decides to use it here. But that's going to put All Arrow in a really good position to kind of enable ganks onto Jeffrey Butler before he gets his ultimate.
Convicted seems to be very much on the road to a really aggressive early playstyle, pretty much across the board. Mailu has had a lane sort of enabled for him by that lack of a flash early on from Julie. Though Julie is now playing a little bit more aggressively with the Summoner almost up. And in the mid lane, All Arrow is doing a great job of shutting out Jeffrey Butler, of course, with the help of that gank right there from Azerathir.
Jeffrey Butler did not use a teleport, so he's still going to have it, so that is going to be potentially very useful.
And he's gone for a bit of investment in the early game as well. Double Doran's ring start, matched by All Arrow, so they're going to continue to be just about even. But Arrow, if he continues to get assistance like that, may be able to pull ahead in this lane.
And possible roam by Jeffrey? Or he might just be warding. One or two.
Likely just warding. Roaming up towards the top lane seems not too likely to work at this point in the game, at least. Poppy, not exactly easy to dive. Maybe once we see level 6 gained by both Ahri and Maokai, that opens up as an option, but it's still not exactly the juiciest target. You want to go down bottom lane where there's multiple kills to be had, where there's CC follow-up from Anami, things like that.
Yeah, Twitch is less likely to truck away from a gank than
Oh, the stun didn't land. Serenity's going to shift out of that Venomous Cask, and Super Inspired will turn back around, but the bubble doesn't land either. Both supports not quite connecting with the critical crowd control. Dexima showed up to sort of just dissipate the fight a bit at the end there. But it's about an even trade.
Overall, I feel like Dexima is currently outpacing ALW. I don't think we've seen the gank from him just yet. He's trying to take his time to farm.
Yeah, and Dexima is only like 1 or 2 CS back, so that is certainly props to the Lee Sin for having a bit more presence on the map while still matching farm against this Rek'Sai pick. But let's not count Rek'Sai out quite yet.
It is a bit early in the game to say yay or nay.
Rek'Sai's ganking power is, well, I would say unrivaled, but I'd say that Lee Sin rivals it pretty well, but close to unrivaled. So has some very, very easy and simple ganking paths.
Speaking of ganking, he is on his way to the bottom side, but he's been spotted by a ward.
That's going to be a bit of an issue for ALW. There's actually some pretty good ward coverage across the board from Conviction. Or there has been consistently. In the mid lane, the wards have just recently died out for Arrow, but if you look up top, you can see there's one in the tri-bush up there, aggressively placed for Mailu, and bottom lane, of course, we saw that Lies and Azerathir have their own vision set up, so it's going to be tough for Rek'Sai to find an opening.
looks like Julie Diamond's teleport has been popped. He's been forced to use it to this farm in the top lane. And that could potentially be bad. It leaves Mylu's teleport up, because he's going to go ahead and walk back to lane.
Yeah, Mylu going to just bank that advantage of Poppy teleporting into a lane is hugely dangerous, especially post level 6, when the CC chain from a Poppy alone can last somewhere in the range of 8 to 10 seconds. Well, no, that's an exaggeration, but that's what it feels like.
And when you're the person being CC'd, it certainly feels like 8 to 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm. A whole minute, your entire life? Well, that one's kind of accurate. Because you usually die by the end.
Well, it's like where you get feared by a fiddle and you're just like, well, I'm going to go make coffee. I'll be back.
Yeah. Oh, this is a good opportunity to go and, microwave some dinner for myself. I'll be right back. Tell me when I can play League of Legends again, fiddlesticks. No, it's not as bad anymore. New players won't understand how bad it used to be. Only Season 3 kids will get this. Oh, God. We're becoming clickbaity.
Yes, very. Well, that is going to be a blue buff being donated to Jeffrey Butler. And Mylu just steadily
looks to want to give his away too.
Yes.
Yeah. To be fair, Julie Diamond's Maokai is going to be relevant regardless of being behind by a small amount. And I've got to give props to Serenity and Super Inspired, who've done a great job of coming back in this lane where Lies got that early kill. In fact, I believe got the first blood as we only got 1 kill on the board. So really, really well played lane, I would say, between the Nami and the Ezreal, who, as I said during pick ban, are kind of defensive. Usually don't manage to take control of a lane, especially when you go Cull tier as your start. And yet it's about a 20 CS lead for the Ezreal.
That easily makes up, especially now that they picked the Dragon, that easily makes up for the first blood.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming
just about, I think, yeah.
Assuming they can maintain the CS lead and don't die anymore, that should be just fine.
Yeah,
We've seen
they've just done a
very skilled Ezreal players in the last couple months.
Yeah, I definitely say we have. I think a lot of it comes from the fact, this particular matchup at least, comes from the fact that Serenity and Super Inspired have just relentlessly shoved in. Thank you for the visual demonstration, directed camera, as we swap down bottom lane and see that. Lies has had a rough time farming under turret. He's missed a few. He's definitely had help from a Zerathir. They've done pretty much the best they can do with the situation, but you're just going to miss some farm when you get shoved into turret all the time. I mean, the way you punish this is you call the Lee Sin down, and it looks like that may be the plan, as he's coming up the lane, but it may be too little too late. There's the tidal wave and Lies. The ulti comes out. Oh! Tempered Fate landing on a Serenity buys some time. They've still got Lee Sin coming in from the side. If this fight goes on too long, it's going to be a 3v2. Serenity, I was about to say, seeming to realize that, is going to leap out, but he doesn't even have time. He is eliminated by the Expunge, and Super Inspired getting Dove goes down for the double, and that's going to make up for sure for the now only 10 CS deficit.
Jeffrey Butler thinking about teleport and opt to go ahead and cancel it. It surprises All Arrow.
I don't know if All Arrow is the one who got surprised in that gank, though, but here comes ALW. But he's going to find Dexima, who is also flanking towards the mid lane. ALW now going to get kicked backwards, and in his first attempt at a gank, ALW gets cut off and brutally murdered.
Surprise Lee Sin kick into two other.
Oh, clever charge there from Mylu. He got out of the...
very good Poppy play there.
Mm-hmm. Got out of the Maelstrom by charging at a minion, just as the Maelstrom was about to go down and do a big burst of damage. Pardon me.
No. Unfortunately for Milo, he never really got a chance to use his teleport there. Julie Diamond's teleport is back up.
To be fair, he didn't really need to. I mean, things were going well across the rest of the map for his team. All Arrow was given a kill. There were 2 more kills going over to the Twitch, and I mean, now Lies may have some more damage here into Super Inspired. Perhaps a little bit afraid, but now he's got some backup coming in from the side. He's gonna stealth on in.
You see Serenity has picked that Sheen, so he's gonna do a bit more damage.
It looks like ALW wants to try and lay some sort of trap here as he's waiting just outside of vision of those minions. Yeah, he's coming into the lane now. This could be an interesting fight. Oh, there's the stun into Serenity. Won't be followed up with, though. Lee Sin is coming to bottom lane again. ALW now swept out, knows that he's out of vision. He's waiting till the very last moment to reveal. Tunneling underneath Lies, whose life is forfeit at this point. It's a shutdown for ALW, and the patience pays off for the Rek'Sai. A kick on a Jeffrey Butler is just buying some time, but I don't think Dexima has all that much left to pay for it with. A Zerathir is going to go down as well as Serenity chases him to his grave. That is a 3-for-0 turnaround by the Teddy Bears.
Teddy Bears completely turning the situation ahead. Things were looking a little grim at first, but it is still early in the game, and they're showing they're not out of this just yet.
Some really excellent patience there from ALW, waiting in that bush for what seemed like, honestly, maybe a little too long, but, you know, that's the reason why he's playing in the semifinals here tonight, and I'm just talking about it because he made the right decision waiting that long. He was able to get a perfect flank onto Lies, who was trying to stealth in around the fight, and just decimated the Twitch.
Poor Lies never really saw what hit him. He just exploded.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually the Twitch's job. Make people explode. My god, look at the amount of shield that Poppy can get. Courage of the Colossus plus Poppy passive is silly.
It's definitely a very, very powerful combo.
Mm-hmm. It's like having an extra health bar every once in a while. Mylu eats that full Maokai combo just off the back of the Poppy shield. And we're hanging around top lane, as the directed camera seems to think something interesting might happen up here. I don't know, I'm not fully convinced with it, but hey, we've got a fight going on between these two, so let's get into it. Slicing Maelstrom's gonna come down, and Julie Diamond gets some great damage, but yeah, here comes Dexima to bring a sword to the noodle fight. Or a foot, for that matter, tossing Julie Diamond against the wall, but there's a beautifully timed twisting advance. That was amazing from Julie Diamond, avoiding death and claiming a kill on the backside of what looked like a hopeless situation. Well, I say avoiding death for only a little bit longer. Still did go down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, a 3v1 ends up without a death for the side of the Teddy Bears. So overall, across the board, I'd say they did quite well there. If they can claim a turret, they seem desperate to do that in the mid lane.
Definitely a good chance they can do it here. We do see Serenity is on the bottom side still.
I don't know. This is going to be really tough, yeah, especially with Tempered Fate to stall things out. There's a really good catch into Azathoth. Zerathir, pardon me. Tried to turn his name into some sort of Nordic god for a moment there.
I'm certain he certainly appreciates that. That is going to be the topside turret going down. That brings the turret score even.
I am Azathoth, Lord of the Doot. Just imagine that that's Bard's real name in whatever realm he comes from. All right, well, off of that strange track and on to what's happening in the game, we have a Rift Herald, good old Herald, being taken. Presumably going to be given to Mylu, and not really under much contest.
Not a lot that can be done there. It is already going to die.
As Jeffrey Butler just trying to peek around that corner, takes a lot of damage for his efforts. All Arrow being the deliverer of that particular package of paint.
Very efficient, Victor. Free package delivered.
That is his shtick. But Dragon may be traded for this Rift Herald. It's only a Cloud Drake, so it's not too terribly impactful, but it still is definitely worth something, particularly if the game goes long and Elder Drake for the picture.
There's 2 dragons for Teddy Bears.
First one being an Ocean Drake, by the way, for those who may not have caught it. So they've got an Ocean and a Cloud Drake at this point. 2 very highly utility-focused buffs. The Ocean Drake, really nice, actually, when you have an Ezreal, because it allows for the mana sustain, which will let him stack up his tier all the more quickly. If he opts to go that way, he actually... I was about to say he hasn't yet, but no, he's got the mana. He's actually got the completed tier item. I'm just blind. I was just looking at the sheen, and I'm like, that's not a tier. True, that's not, but...
It's blue, but it doesn't...
Ooh, really clever from Dexima. He ward hop, not quite over the wall, but at least to the blast cone, so he could then use the blast cone to get over the wall.
Definitely avoiding being caught out by Jeffrey Butler. He doesn't have any tank items, so he could be bursted down pretty quickly.
Yeah, opting instead for damage and mobility, 2 of Lee Sin's best friends. The Warrior Enchantment and mobility boots early on. Let's see what the next play is.
Mobility boots, but here, there they are.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to get him on anybody, Lee Sin seems like a pretty solid choice for him. They're no longer the boot choice of everybody involved, but there's the Tempered Fate. Mailu going to get caught up. There's a Gravity Wall. Heal a little bit for this Poppy, and some great damage onto the Rek'Sai, forcing the flash from ALW. Teleport in from Julie Diamond as well, but it looks like the fight will fizzle out.
And Milo being super patient there, not popping his own flash.
And a turret claimed in payment for that teleport and focus on the mid lane there, as Lies was busily shoving the bottom lane. Oh man, they may yet get this mid turret as well. Mailu getting a catch into ALW. There's plenty of damage to bring down this Rek'Sai, and that was a dangerous corner to turn. Zerathir actually the one to claim that kill.
LW not quite respecting the amount of CT that can be chained to there, and Gravity Wall wasn't even placed down. It was just Bardstone and a Poppy charge.
Walls are not safe with a Bard and Poppy on the enemy team, as that's the mid lane turret forfeit, as the Teddy Bears have lost all of their outers.
That'll be all outer turrets going down. That'll help enable Convicted to get control of that jungle.
And one of the few spots of light for Teddy Bears was the bottom lane, where Serenity was doing a good job holding a lead in CS against Lies, but with those few kills that we saw earlier on and just more time spent farming, as the rotations, I think, have been a little bit cleaner from Convicted. Lies is now actually sitting about 20 CS up himself, as well as having the kills in his pockets.
Definitely can't count out Serenity just yet. It is an Ezreal. We've been able to see how much work Ezreals can do in the late game with that long-range poke and burst.
Yeah, he can definitely scale. I'm just worried that Twitch is going to scale pretty much equally well and has a lead, so well, scales just slightly that much faster. And there are answers to an Ezreal, I'd say, as well, with Poppy and Victor and such. I have to admit, I'm a little bit worried for the Teddy Bears right now, but they've got a composition that's pretty darn well put together, I'd say. They've got potential for picks, good, clean team fighting, and good scaling. But I would say that their composition, if it lacks one thing, is kind of focus. They have a lot of really good all-rounders, but nobody who's specialized in anything particularly, aside perhaps from Ahri.
I can certainly agree with that.
But I mean, even as far as Ahri goes, she is an assassin, but she's kind of the least specialized of the assassins. She has low enough cooldowns that she can kind of play the role of a control mage to some degree, but there's a Spirit Rush forwards, a kick against the Maokai, two-man ulti from Bard, and things are happening all over the place. Lies is being hunted down by this tree who wants some revenge for being chopped to pieces earlier, but I don't think he's going to get it. Serenity is CC chained and CC trained into the dirt. It's a double kill for the Lee Sin. Jeffrey Butler manages to claim back one kill onto the enemy support, but that is small solace as CV take yet another lead.
Julie Diamond putting a lot of effort trying to take down Lies and getting very close, but not quite enough.
Yeah. To Julie's credit, was able to claim quite a few resources just as the lone Maokai 1v2, but didn't get anybody's life, and that's what matters in the end there. But I suppose Heal and Flash are both off the Twitch. That's a small sort of comfort moving into the next team fight, and maybe an opening for Teddy Bears.
Definitely need to try and take advantage of that window.
I mean, in addition to that, you got to consider the fact that a Zerathir didn't take exhaust this game, so there's less ability to sort of counter out in Ahri. And, I think a lot of the responsibility is kind of on Jeffrey Butler now moving into the mid game, because Ahri does really well with just like 2, maybe 2.5 items. Lies is becoming something of a powerhouse, working into his second item. And Jeffrey's one of the few who did really well coming out of the lane. 2-0-1, and even on CS, it's a good showing, for sure.
They are struggling, though. Teddy Bear is kind of afraid to try and contest any objectives here.
Yeah.
Convicted just walking up and taking that blue buff for themselves.
I think they need to try to just desperately garner some vision control wherever they can, and then play around that vision as much as possible. Like right now, they should not play around the bottom side of the map. Maybe give up this dragon just so they can gain vision control wherever else they can find it. and then just try and play around those points. You know, maybe give up a Mountain Drake here. It's not going to be the end of the game. But it looks like they're looking for the team fight. They may be able to get it. I mean, Dexima is kind of low, but it's a stun onto Serenity. He's been taken out of the fight for a little bit, but some great damage onto the back as ALW flashes away, gets a shield on the way out as well. Mylu going to bring down the Rek'Sai, though, and Jeffrey Butler falls. That is a huge loss for the rest of the team fight. We'll see if Serenity can take the burden of damage onto his shoulders. He does get himself a double kill, but All Arrow is untouched and still bursting to his heart's content. Serenity turns back around with the ulti, but he just gets chunked away by a power siphon. And Julie Diamond, without a team, cannot hunt down the last few kills. A very messy fight. But I'd say Conviction still came out just barely on top.
That gravity well kind of sealed the fate of the teddy bears there. It was a triple stun, and that let All Arrow basically shrink their numbers down to 1. Unfortunately, for Serenity, there's no way for him to get out of that mess. Being very aggressive with his arcane shifts and just kind of shifting forward instead of kiting.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily always a bad thing. Going super aggressive on Ezreal can catch people off guard quite often. Ezreal does have a surprising amount of damage, actually. And he has just hit the sort of core that you need. The Iceborne Gauntlet and Manamune. Once that Manamune transforms into a Muramana, I think Serenity will come online and be able to bear a lot more of the brunt of damage responsibility for his team. But I think part of the reason why that fight looks so messy was because Jeffrey Butler went down in it relatively early.
Unfortunately, he was trying to retreat, and Mylu, going from the back lines back towards his team, did get a wall pin.
Ari doesn't survive too long when CC'd. But the dragon is still up, so we may yet see more action break out down here. As it seems like the teddy bears are not willing to give up this objective. There's the Prey Seeker, but it's a forlorn hope.
That would actually have been amazing if that had stolen it.
It was actually relatively close. I gotta say, I held my breath for half a second there, but... Oh man, another aggressive shift from Serenity.
Serenity has no calm.
I think I just heard the whoop of a Bard ultimate, but I don't see where it went. Is the cooldown? The cooldown is burned as well. That's a pretty big cooldown to have whiffed. I'm not even sure where he whiffed it off to, but as Zerathir goes down, Jeffrey Butler getting that kill, and we still have both of the carries alive and healthy from TTB. All Arrows on a killing spree though, but it's a triple kill for the Ahri so far. A charm onto Mylu pulls him back into the team, but he's relatively tanky, so he gets to walk back out. And a good team fight from TTB, but on the back end of losing a dragon, we'll see what they can actually do with this.
Looks like they're gonna back off and get Jungle Farmer and go buy items.
A few more kills on Jeffrey Butler is a pretty big deal. Now 5-1. He might be able to start hard carrying this match. But we'll see whether or not that is to be. What is that? Is so cute. That is so very cute.
It fans him. That's awesome.
Where did he get the leaf, though? Is that leaf like part of the sapling?
I don't know.
Did he tear a leaf off of a tree? That seems like weird to me. I don't know. I'm gonna stop thinking about that. I feel like I'm going too in depth on a cutesy backing animation for Maokai.
It's worth noting that both junglers were both extremely squishy in that fight. They both kind of exploded. ALW now has the Rainwinds though, so he is going to be significantly more durable.
Yeah, I've got to say one of the weaknesses for teddy bears this game has been ALW's sort of lack of respect for Conviction. We saw it, I think, most demonstrably when he got pinned to a wall trying to defend the outer mid turret. But in a few of these fights as well, he's just been a little bit too far up, taking too much damage too quickly. And as he gets more tanky items, it'll compensate for that. But the better way to compensate for that would just be to play a little bit more carefully. I mean, you are pretty powerful as a tank on Rek'Sai, but you still need to give respect to a team that has a 2.5 item Twitch on it or something like that. Or a better example would be All Arrow, who's 4-1 now and is pumping out consistent damage in these fights.
Absolutely. And it's worth noting that he did go with the Warrior enchantment instead of the Cinder Hulk, so he is significantly more squishy because of that. Speaking of squishy,
this is perhaps actually a catch onto TTB here, as that Bard ulti was beautifully placed to punish the attempted ambush. It's 2 kills so far for CV, but Ahri does manage to get one back. I think it's just a consolation prize on the way out for Jeffrey Butler, though. As Julie Diamond is so tanky, he's barely even lost health. Oh my god, this Maokai pick. I think he still melts in the end, though. They've just got too much CC to keep him here with a stun against the wall, and it's an ace with the hammer down for Milo.
Couldn't quite get away after deciding to turn around and pick up Elias there. He melted Elias before he could react. That was quite a bit of damage.
Why would you want to be a glass cannon when you can just be a regular cannon instead? I think I've said it once or twice before. You know they make cannons out of steel or iron, right? Why would you want to be a glass one? You could just be made out of iron and still be able to decimate people. Tanks that do damage, they're the most fun.
Absolutely.
Speaking of which, here's Poppy.
Milo is actually just ridiculously durable. Especially when you throw in the shields on top of just the natural health.
Yeah, and I mean both of these top laners, of course, are going to be getting those shields with Courage of the Colossus. The natural choice for anybody who's got sort of low cooldown, repeatable CC. Just easily access CC, I guess, is the right word there. As Julie Diamond, of course, can point and click with Twisting Advance, and Milo has his Ram Jam Wall Slam, as I call it. I don't know if Riot calls it that.
They should. Yeah. There is a Baron. Has been for a bit, to be fair, but at this stage of the game, it is definitely a possible objective that they need to keep an eye on.
It seems like it would be rather risky from either team, but for sure, if a pick or something along those lines happens first, it's an option. Let's see whether or not it does enter the playbook for either of these teams. Conviction seems definitely intent on getting vision control around it, which makes a lot of sense, even if you're not attempting to go for it yourself. Choking out vision leaves the enemy team uneasy and unwary, which are the two adjectives you want your enemies to be described by. This is a rush towards the mid turret, though.
We do see Serenity has finished his Blithering King, and Muramana has transformed now.
Yeah.
He is going to start dealing some pretty serious damage.
As you see on his Aerother there, losing about 300 hit points as a Q lands. Serenity can weave those pokes in onto squishier targets, then that could be one way that TTB comes back into this game, just allowing the Ezreal to get some free damage in before a team fight.
Convicted. Kind of positioning around the next dragon, though it looks like it's just a Cloud Drake.
I feel a little bit worried about that particular sort of stratagem, though, like the allowing Ezreal to land some good poke before you all in on a good opportunity, because specifically of how Serenity's been playing this game, which is incredibly aggressive. Almost every single team fight we've seen him shift forward, so I just don't know if they're going to be able to buy enough time with Serenity consistently playing this way. It's Cloud Drake going down.
Let's see if something changes with that. We see Serenity also now picking up a Last Whisper, so he's going to be able to deal with Milo a bit better, who now has a Randuin's. So just tons of health on that Poppy.
Pretty classic blue Ezreal, actually, here. I don't think he's deviated from the classic blue in any way, shape, or form so far. And there's no real reason to if you're going for highly kiteable endgame Ezreal.
We are going to go and start this Baron up.
There's Maokai on the bottom side of the map, but other than that, we've got 4 members strong for the Teddy Bears here, coming to the back of the pit. And this Baron melts relatively quickly, but not so fast that there isn't an attempt to steal. Beautifully done by Mailu. They had vision onto ALW, and Steadfast Presence locked him out of the Baron pit entirely. No attempt at a steal this time around. However, Diamond is here to try and catch them on the retreat, teleporting into this fight, but the rest of his team has been tossed away again by Mailu's Poppy. We'll see if Serenity can chase anybody down. Doesn't look like it, but the MVP of that fight has got to be that Poppy.
Without a doubt. Mailu had such an amazing play there. I would have probably never even considered that because I don't play a lot of Poppy, but stopping the burrow and then using the ultimate to basically push 2 members away basically won them that fight, though they're going to lose a turret, which is probably worth it for the Baron.
Mailu hasn't even taken a scratch throughout these fights, as he eats 2 Ezreal Qs on the way in, but his second health bar eats it, not his first one, the shields that he can gain. As Lies looks to hunt down some prey in the jungle here. A wolf camp, and then maybe the jungler who was trying to... No, maybe not. Okay. He just kind of passed like two ships in the night. I guess ALW could have really burrowed away at any point. Yep. Oh, there's a flash in from Julie Diamond. This is another attempted fight. All Arrow gets bursted really low, but he gets a shield. The safeguard from Dixima keeps him just barely alive. As now Mylu is caught up on the front of the fight, and all the tankiness in the world is not enough when you're 5v1, but maybe a flash and an ult is enough.
And he's going to get away.
He tosses the pursuing Maokai away. Or pursuing Rek'Sai, pardon me.
Mylu just so ridiculously durable. If he didn't have flash, he would have died, but...
Yeah, it was a little bit of a less than clean escape from Conviction, but it's an escape nonetheless, and the ends certainly do justify the means.
Absolutely. Taking that center turret does open the inhibitor.
And they've still got plenty of time left on this Baron buff to try and make an attempted push onto the inhibitor. Lies is looking for an ambush. Quite literally. That's the name of the ability. I don't think he'll find it, though.
Definitely opting to go ahead and not reveal himself to the Maokai.
Yeah, he would have gotten pointed at and clicked on, I'm assuming.
Most likely, that would be the...
It's a general course of action for Maokai. Shoving to the top lane, though, makes a lot of sense. It's the last lane with a turret standing outside of the inhibitor turrets. I imagine it won't be standing for very long. Baron buff minions and multiple members of Conviction up here. But teddy bears are defending around here. I feel like this may not be the wisest of choices. This turret is not going to be long for the world. They won't have much to actually defend for very much longer, but the turret doesn't go down. And Jeffrey Butler Havoc, he finishes off Lies before he gets even much of an impact onto the fight. However, getting zoned out by the Chaos Storm there, Serenity nearly loses his life, and Jeffrey Butler still has to play back, and now Mylu is wreaking some havoc, and all Arrow is untouched. That was a really well-placed Chaos Storm from Arrow. And that saves what looked like a losing fight for CV.
Yeah, most definitely. Lies was so close to bursting down Serenity at the start of that fight, with Serenity wisely deciding to use Arcane Shift to run away instead of shifting into them.
A change of pace.
Very.
Oh. Serenity turns back for a bit of damage. Shifts away, though, and the inhibitor now, still open, I suppose, is a target. Mylu is just about able to escape that charm. And it looks like they won't quite get the inhibitor they were looking for, having lost a few too many members in the previous fight for the top lane turret. But they still get that top lane turret. They still make use of their Baron buff. And they're going to go back home and continue to scale up.
Teddy bears at least managing to defend their own inhibitor, so they don't have to deal with super minions just yet.
Small consolation, though, in wake of having lost multiple turrets across the board, and, of course, a Baron buff. And things are looking grim.
Definitely worth noting that they have only taken 2 turrets to the Convicted to 7.
Mm-hmm.
So at a pretty severe disadvantage here.
And Convicted has just generally played a bit of a cleaner game as far as the macro is concerned. Their rotations have seemed more in sync. They've been moving more as a unit with purpose. With conviction, you might say.
Absolutely.
Whereas,
it's very appropriate at the moment.
The teddy bears have been a bit less fluid, I'd say.
It's like they're made of a teddy bear or something.
I don't know how well that quite works, but we'll go with it. We'll go with it, sure. Dragon's going to be up in just 5 or 6 seconds now. We'll see exactly which one that is. That's the Elder Drake, actually, as we are past 35 minutes, just barely. And this could be huge for whichever team that gets it. But it looks like it's a Conviction that's got the first foot in the door here.
Lies looking for an ambush here.
Yeah, Serenity is just gone if Lies can actually catch up to him. Oh, man, he may have himself two. He just was looking for one, but he may another. However, the Bard ulti actually saves Super Inspired, and the rest of his team shows up. Oh, man. He's got to be yelling at his Bard right now. Either that or laughing, I don't know. Depends on how good of friends they are. But still, 2-for-1 trade, and Mylu is just an unstoppable force right now. He's just standing in their base, waiting for them to come. And he donates the kill on over to Arrow.
Stopping ALW from retreating once again.
And now they're going to rotate up towards top lane. I mean, they're down an AD carry, but it doesn't really look like Conviction care that much. They're going to keep the shove going. Dexima takes a good amount of damage there from Jeffrey Butler, who's honestly had a rather nice Ari game, but maybe it's by dint of the composition. Maybe it's because CV have just played a little bit too together. Jeffrey Butler has never really had enough opportunities for picks to make this Ari as functional as it needs to be. All right, well, Elder Drake is still at least up on the board.
That is two. That they can easily take the Elder Drake here because that's 2 inhibitors down, basically pretty close to the same time.
And Baron will be up in just 15 seconds or so. I think it's honestly better for the Teddy Bears that both objectives are up, because it means that if one gets rushed, they might be able to go and grab the other one really, really quickly. But of course, they'd have to be in some sort of tenable position to do that. And right now, they're just struggling to take some of their own jungle camps and then run back to their base to shut the doors and weather out the storm.
Seeing Milo is going to go ahead and start pushing that bottom side. He does have teleport, so he can easily join the fight at Baron or wherever else.
Super Inspired is looking for some vision in the back of the Baron pit, but it's a dangerous thing to look for, as their jungle is really no longer safe with those inhibitors down. But we'll see whether or not Teddy Bears are able to stave off defeat for long enough to scale up into this game and maybe look for just a miraculous team fight for themselves.
It looks like it's going to be the standard, somebody pushes the bottom side while the rest of the team goes for Baron play.
Yeah, 4-1 split push with a teleport on Mailu, and Mailu is basically uncontestable at this point. I really don't think there's anyone who can actually 1v1 him. So the good old recipe is they either send more than they can spare, and so you take the Baron, or they don't spend enough resources to deal with Mailu, so you don't take the Baron, but Mailu gets to push for free, and it's really an unanswerable question and for Teddy Bears unless Conviction makes some sort of misplay.
Baron is just rapidly melting under the Twitch and the rest of the team's damage.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly helps for CV that there's 2 lanes shoving with inhibitors, so that's going to make it even harder to deal with the amount of pressure that they're under. And now they're just going to put the final nail in the coffin, go for this Elder Dragon.
We're most likely looking at the final push of the game here. I can't imagine with both objectives, or both Baron and Elder Drake, I don't see how... Hello?
There's the Tempered Fade. I don't think it found a mark. Did not. But that's okay. They don't really need that to land.
Shoving this lane up. They do have 3 minions still pushing in mid and top. This is most likely going to be a relatively uncontested turret.
And there's just so much danger here for the Teddy Bears. They've got to take this fight and get like 4 or 5 kills and do it all incredibly quickly before their base gets shoved down. There's basically just no more win conditions for the Teddy Bears, and that is how you cleanly shut out a game right there. Just don't allow your opponent any way to come back in, any way to win this game. And Mailu, with the shield toss, is going to be finishing off the opponent jungler. There goes Serenity as well, evaporating on the wrong side of that wall. And these are the last gasps for the Teddy Bears.
Inside the gate, outside the gate, I should say, and he got stunned against it. Very unfortunate for him.
Oh, it's a good double bubble, but far too little, far too late. The big ol' inhibitor, otherwise known as the Nexus, is now under fire, and it won't last for very long. That is the game. Going to Conviction, a little bit long and at points a little bit messy, but certainly a well-deserved victory, and they're going to go on to the finals.
Teddy Bear had moments where they maybe could have made a comeback, but it was just not clean enough in certain areas, and they were overwhelmed by Convicted.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and see whether or not the second semifinal is still underway. If it is, we're going to be getting into that as soon as possible, and if not, then we'll be resuming with you folks once we get into the final itself. Don't go anywhere, all right?
We'll be right back. Just hang on to your seats, guys. Sorry about the delay, guys. We had to find someone we could spectate off of, but here we are.
All right. And it does look like we have a bit of a game underway. We're on the Baron right now. If we're on the same timestamp here, you and I, Effect.
22, 47, 48, 49.
All right, and we do have. Let me just refresh my memory on exactly where we are in the bracket here. This is
Team
Permafrost versus Overhyped.
Overhyped Esports, I believe. I have to double check.
And it looks like I got a team fight here. So Project Panda going to be caught out there as Blackwing gets charged backwards, but not quite landing against the wall. He'll be able to flash over a wall and into the back of the pit to safety. Cassiopeia kiting backwards is a force to be reckoned with as SSG looks for a stun and finds one, but he doesn't have a team to follow up. Blackwing coming back over that wall, very indecisive about that wall in particular, is going to get himself caught out and murdered. Probably should have stuck with his original decision. Baxter will fall soon afterwards. And this is death for Permafrost as Pip gets stunned up against the wall by a flash from Panda. He turns back around, but a nice sidestep from the Poppy keeps him alive. Panda sidestepping again, just barely staying on his feet. Ace in the hole comes through, but Pip may yet be able to escape. As Mark Boots gets caught out there by Nextress, a stun against the wall. Nextress claims the kill. Permafrost bite back, but Mark Boots gets a kill post-mortem.
And dang old Poison just doing enough damage to make sure Nextress, unfortunately, not quite durable enough to survive the dot.
And sadly, we don't have a ton of insight onto exactly how this game played out, but that Poison, I imagine, being so hefty is a result of the score lines that we're seeing in the mid lane. Mark Boots is 7-3 to the only 1-1 that Pib is rocking. Rise admittedly does scale quite well, but, you know, Cassiopeia is in that same camp, and having 7 kills never really hurts.
Absolutely. Definitely I'd say that Cassiopeia is one of the higher DPS mages in the game, for sure. She always has been, to be fair, but they've kind of altered her kit since her older days, to be... Not as much as Rise, though.
All right, and we hopefully have a few moments here to get our bearings. These teams seem to be sitting relatively even. That Baron play was highly aggressive from... it was not Permafrost who started it off, I don't think. We didn't actually get to see the very beginning.
Kind of kicked off faster than I could notice what was who's where. And
I think it was Overhyped that began the Baron attempt, though I may be incorrect on that one, actually. But highly aggressive from either side, though, as we're seeing this game is relatively even. Permafrost are only a few thousand gold back, and they're not letting that dissuade them, though. Nextress is going for some aggressive damage.
Overhyped has both dragons so far, but it looks like Permafrost is looking to take one. But Overhyped looking to punish that dragon by taking the mid-turret.
And this is some smooth map play by both sides, as Overhyped are going to get a secondary mid lane turret off the back of that dragon. And they're rotating actually up towards the Baron pit, and if Permafrost doesn't read this quickly enough, they may actually lose the Baron, as a team with a Cassiopeia Caitlyn can melt this objective.
Can't quite see itself because the directed camera is being stupid. There it goes.
Down to 2,000 now, 1,600, and there's the smite. Nicholas is going for that for his team and lead the charge with the Ragnarok into the team fight here. Blackwing trying to knock him up, but Nicholas cannot be disabled, but maybe he can be killed. Nextress catches him out, but he charges back into the rest of his team. Nextress just barely finishing him off with that enhanced Volt there. Tumbling now out of the Bard ulti, looking to get some more damage down during this team fight. We'll see if he can land any more of that juicy vein DPS, but Caitlyn is there to cut him off and cut him off from any more low health targets. Team fight 1 in the end for Permafrost means they get advantage in the mid lane and are able to shove up, but they lost to the Baron for this. One way or another, it's going to be a rough pill to swallow.
Absolutely. And we're seeing there is Blackwing using his ultimate to go ahead and clear up that bottom side. Make sure they don't take too much free damage.
And in the meantime, the middle turret was defended. Secondary one did not quite go down, so even that small consolation prize not being given over to the side of Permafrost. And we'll see exactly what can be done with this Baron by Overhyped Esports.
Overhyped definitely has the advantage. It's not a huge advantage, but it is an advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it may be enough, as this match seems to be tooth and nail between these two teams. Permafrost are previous victors, by the way. They have won our weekend open before, if memory serves. So they're a team to be reckoned with for sure.
They indeed have definitely. They're returning I don't.
Oh, Blackwing stepping too far forward. He's going to get caught out in a very dangerous cupcake shop. Nexters is now getting chased backwards by an army of tanks, and he has to flash away from this fight.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to bronze. I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. You're looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so
Sorry about the delay, guys, but we are back for the finals of our Reverie Esports Open number 74.
Indeed, we are. And it's going to be Convicted versus Overhyped Esports. Convicted will be on blue side for this first game of our best of three, and Overhyped Esports will be taking up the red banners. So let's get into the picks and bans, presuming, of course, the teams do. Caitlyn banned out. Jiggity Jam was playing that last game, if memory serves. So not only is it consistent for Convicted, as they banned out Caitlyn last time we saw them, but it's also a good ban against Overhyped Esports AD carry, it seems.
JDJ definitely showing some pretty overall solid play. Nothing flashy, but you don't necessarily need to be flashy to win.
All right, Jace against Mylu, and I think banning out some picks against Mylu makes a lot of sense. The last game that we saw from Convicted, Mylu was a shining star for the team on that Poppy pick, denying Baron takes and making some plays during team fights for sure. Ivern ban is interesting. Ivern is still, he's definitely coming to his own. He's certainly a powerful pick now. He's made it past the awkward meme phase of championhood, and he's now a solid pick, a considered pick for sure. And against certain junglers, I'd say he's worth a ban.
Absolutely. We've seen in just the past couple of weeks, we've seen how powerful he can be in the hands of very good jungle players.
Mm-hmm. And Cassiopeia against Mark Boots. That last game we saw closed out by some absolutely massive Cassiopeia DPS. So I like the bans from Convicted as far as a first set of pick bans go. We'll see if they have to evolve going through the best of three here, but I think it's a good sort of starting strategy they've got going on. We'll see what their first pick is. Perhaps Lee Sin again, though. They have, it seems, swapped out their jungler.
Well, there's the long pick I was wanting.
Oh, yes, indeed. It isn't banned out this time around.
I've seeing that Overhyped opted to ban out the Zyra, which is interesting.
Impaled and Nicholas are considering these next two picks. LeBlanc is definitely high priority, so they had to know that that was going to be. I'm interested as to what they go for next. There's a lot of high priority bottom lane picks in particular that are open, but then again, there's just a lot of bottom lane picks in general that are in a good spot right now. It's not as volatile as some other lanes. There aren't simply champions that must be picked or banned. Perhaps the Syndra, which was banned out last game around alongside LeBlanc.
Harvin Rek'Sai, which is a reasonable first pick.
Mm-hmm. And Vayne is one of the few
Nope, you cut out a bit there.
And is worth it. Oh, sorry about that. Vayne is one of the few picks right now in the bottom lane that I would say is worth picking really early and is volatile. Is very high priority.
I have to see how well the lane goes for the Vayne. Obviously, Vayne not always being known as the strongest of laners, but there is the Caitlyn to worry about at least. They can just...
Yeah, that definitely plays into that Caitlyn ban rather well. There are other picks that can punish a Vayne in lane for sure. But Caitlyn is up there on the totem pole. Twitch would be one of them. Twitch and Nami would be really good, actually, at keeping a Vayne down.
We did see
and Lies had a pretty good Twitch game last time around, yeah.
Absolutely. Hopping out of ambush to say hi to people, and he just happened to say hi with... I don't know, are they bullets? I've never really thought about it.
If you're playing Gangster Twitch, I suppose they are. But I think they're poison-laden crossbow bolts otherwise.
Okay. So it depends on what skin he's using. He's saying hi with very quick projectiles that hurt a lot.
Yeah, they actually changed the ulti name back.
I did see that.
From
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Rat-a-tat-tat to Spray and Pray, or the other way around? It's so confusing.
It's now Spray and Pray again, yes.
Yeah, it's Spray and Pray now. And what they did is, for Gangster Twitch, it's still called Rat-a-tat-tat. Because he has a gun.
And he's a rat.
It is the Syndra pick, though. I thought that we'd see that coming out against the LeBlanc. Fills the same sort of role. Is decently defensive, too, because Scat of the Week is actually really good at keeping the LeBlanc off you if you're very, very solid on Syndra and can time it well. And Karma to keep the Vayne safe. All right, that's a lot of damage.
Absolutely. It's could be very, very interesting to see how well how Mindless deals with deals with the Nami. Because obviously it's heals versus shields in this case, but
Hmm.
I'd say that Karma probably has the upper hand in damage as well. So between a Vayne and a Karma, that could be quite deadly if they can get a good stun.
And it's just going to be really useful to have Karma to shepherd the Vayne around in team fights and keep her safe. The Poppy and Lee Sin would both be harkening back to last game. However, the jungler and support player, I believe, for Convicted have both been swapped out. A Miracle is now in the jungle, and we've got Swaki, whose name is deceptively difficult to pronounce
He's now
because
key.
it's not KW, it's WK. So that's a little bit odd, but I'll do my best.
Swaki.
And I think seeing Mylu go back to the Poppy is really powerful. I like that quite a
His
bit.
Poppy play was so good.
Mm-hmm. And whenever you do see a Poppy, you want to check the other composition, just see what sort of mobility can be denied. In Vayne, it's really, really powerful to deny those tumbles at the right time in a team fight. And we already saw the fact that Mylu is very good at denying Rek'Sais in particular.
Absolutely. I saw more than one burrow attempt just get shut out by the Poppy.
Well, what is this last pick going to be? It's for the top lane here. It's going to be up against a Poppy. I think, yeah, some sort of durable tank into that lane makes a lot of sense because they've got plenty of damage in the composition already. Just something that can hold down the front line and keep the team fight relatively safe for their Vayne and Syndra. Nautilus certainly fits that bill.
Absolutely. He's the Colossus walking.
Those new skins for Nautilus, Trundle, and Nasus are so neat.
They're
You see the
very
what World Breaker, I think they're called.
yes, World Breaker. I'm pretty. This could be just speculation on my part, but they look like they're based on some kind of Mayan mythology.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'm not too terribly up on my Native Southern American mythologies. So you found a gap in my shoutcasting knowledge. I wasn't aware that that was part of my shoutcasting repertoire, or that it was meant to be.
It's always nice to
Um,
know where skins are referenced.
though the Trundle skin doesn't really look like Trundle. It's my one gripe. However, that is kind of a tiny gripe and kind of needed as we've got both compositions locked in here. All Arrow is going to teleport this time around, a little bit more utility focused, at least macro wise, whereas he's going to be up against Mark Boots, who has opted for Ghost, though I suppose they've got 14 seconds left to change that if they so desire. We've got compositions locked in, though. Any final thoughts here, Effect?
I'm looking forward to see how All Arrow plays this LeBlanc. I haven't had a chance to see her used just yet, and looking
Mm-hmm.
forward to seeing how Hallucinate being used to potentially outplay people. Not
Yeah,
hallucinate. Is it called Hallucinate? I cannot remember.
that's Shaco's ulti.
Yes,
I
that's true.
believe
What is it called now? That's gonna bug me.
it's going to bug me as well. I believe it's called Deceive. No, that's Shaco's Q. I keep going back to
Dang it,
Shaco.
Shaco! Stop that.
I'm going to look this up now because it's going to bother me if I don't. It is Mimic. It's Mimic. Of course it's Mimic. It's always been Mimic. All right. Yeah, LeBlanc's ulti is Mimic. And
Looking forward to
what
seeing how
you'll
that's
often see
used.
LeBlanc do is mimic the chain, actually, because it can sort of set up this really easy way to proc the Sigil passive, which is no longer actually on her Q. It's just kind of a passive on any damage that she deals with a spell, and holds them down for a while and does a big old bunch of damage, and is just generally one of the most powerful ways to actually make use of the ulti, even though the AP ratio on the chain is the lowest out of all three options.
Utility sometimes outweighs AP.
Yeah, and I mean, the damage is strong enough nonetheless. It's LeBlanc just does so much damage. She can use her lowest damage option and still do half of your health. But we've got a delay to get through, so let's get through that and get in onto the rift.
Absolutely. So we'll be taking a small commercial break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys. And here we are on the Rift. For those of you guys just joining us, this is the finals. We have Team Convicted facing off against Overhyped Esports, both on the blue and red sides respectively.
And it will be Convicted on blue, I believe, right? Yes.
Correct.
That's what you just said, correct?
Indeed.
I'm catching up. I will be able to tell one color from another at some point tonight. I promise you that much. That is all I can promise, though. As Chickadee Jam tumbles forward for a bit of damage. And it's a 5-man stack.
Looking to get some vision in the jungle to see where the junglers are starting. Maybe to catch somebody out if they're lucky, but looks like Convicted is going to opt to not get caught. Much preferred option for them.
Generally a good option, yeah. They're not going to get that lucky catch there, but that's all right. They get some good vision for their efforts. However, Milo does manage to get a ward in the back of the red buff, so it's not completely free. But they certainly did get a lot more vision control of the blue side red buff than we see in the red side red buff. So many different colors to work around with. You've already seen that colors are not my strong suit.
Colors are hard, especially if
They
you're
very much
colorblind.
are. Especially when there's 2 of them. Like, that just seems like too many. We should only have 1 color. The entire Rift should be gray. Just take a page out of Call of Duty's book. The Thunderlord proc and a Mark Boots for an early trade from Arrow. Some good damage onto the Cinder. And I think LeBlanc has something of an advantage in this lane for the first few levels due to the she can lay claim to. Some good harass by Mindless there. Gives Jiggity Jam some free time in this lane to try and get an early XP lead.
Lies and Squee taking a little bit of damage there. It's a nice aggressive play by both Jiggity Jam and Mindless.
That was some really heads-up play from Mindless, actually. Cutting them off in the tri-bush like that. Was well aware, because of the vision they had gotten from themselves with that invade, that there was a leash going on at red buff. And so with Karma's early damage, was able to cut them off, made them take even just a few more seconds to get into lane, and now we're seeing the effects of that. Jiggity Jam is level 2. Lies and Squee have to give some breathing room to this Vayne, and one of the hardest parts of playing Vayne is the early game. So any little extra space you can gain to maneuver in is well worth it.
Absolutely. We see Mark Boots actually making a nice little recovery in the lane, doing a lot of damage to all Arrow.
And it's up to top lane.
Shots.
It's tanks farming some minions.
It's top lane.
Tanks farming minions, the lane. Oh, Mark Boots takes a big chunk of damage, though, as the Sigil passive is procced. And all Arrow was able to sustain back up off the back of some biscuits. Interesting to note that he's got biscuits, whereas Mark Boots is only sitting on health potions.
Those dangle
Very slight
biscuits.
advantage.
Certainly in the sustain department. But other than that, both the laners are sitting at about the same CS, though Mark Boots has less health. Because biscuits.
And we've yet to see a move made by either of these junglers. It's just kind of been some pretty standard laning for the most part, aside really from Mindless's earlier play, which now has kind of equalized. It basically just gave Jiggity Jam a bit of a cheaty beginning to the lane, where he was able to get that early level 2 and prevent the lane from snowballing out of control at the level 1 through 3 mark. There's still room to snowball for sure. Nicholas coming to the mid lane for his first gank. He's going to be matched by a miracle, and it's a first blood for Arrow.
The chain locking him down just long enough for them to do about 99% of his health. The flash so close to keeping him out, but being finished off by an auto attack by LeBlanc's.
Yeah, and the 2v2 of LeBlanc and Lee Sin is just going to be so much more powerful in the early level than the 2v2 of Syndra and Rex. Syndra, of course, who has so much power bound up in her ulti before getting that, isn't nearly as strong. And Lee Sin, well, we all know about his abilities in the early game. Likely all of us have been at the end of that foot.
Because he kicks people.
Yes, that was the joke effect.
Yes.
Thank you. Effect helping out the slower members of the audience. Right there.
Everybody needs help from time to time.
That's not disaster, though. as Nicholas has still held even in CS and is still held even in levels just about. We do actually see Miracle hitting level 5. Nicholas is still farming for that. But it's the potential beginning to a snowball rolling down a hill. And I think it's more dangerous, actually, for Arrow to have gotten that kill than for Miracle to have been involved, because this mid lane matchup is highly, highly volatile and can explode in one direction or the other pretty easily.
Absolutely. Even with a kill lead, you can't underestimate Syndra. Her ability to burst targets is very real.
And Arrow actually burning the teleport there to get into the lane. As the mimicked LeBlanc is doing some work, zoning Mark Boots away. Oh, that ulti is so much fun.
It's so trolly, even.
It's enjoyable, and there's real strategic application to it as well. It can be used to gain a few crucial moments in a split pushing situation, making the person who's split pushing think that you're flanking them, or even if they aren't afraid of your flank, they might turn around to try and kill, in quotes, you, and then not be hitting the tower for a little bit. You can buy your team some time that way. That's the way that I've seen it used most effectively.
So it makes sense. It's basically very similar to how Shaco works. Just
yeah, it's a very interesting ability.
Some key differences, but otherwise basically the same mechanic.
Well, very interesting quarter of an ability, because it really is versatile and capable of being so many different things. There's the passive popped onto Mark Boots, though, and Arrow is able to get kind of scot-free with a lot of these trades. Like, that was Mark Boots playing that well, and he still came out on top, because he did manage to dodge the chain. So it was only 2 spells hitting.
Absolutely. We're actually seeing that he is opting to go for that Abyssal Scepter route, so he is going to get some magic resistance, which will make it harder for him to be bursted down.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really intelligent, because the only real threat of Mark Boots coming back into this lane, and it may look incredibly even, but right now Arrow does have something of a significant lead, I'd say, is Mark Boots with level 6 Syndra Burst getting a turnaround kill onto Arrow if he oversteps or something. And building a defensive item first makes that less of a possibility.
Oh, there's the chain. Ooh,
yeah,
Mark
some
Boots
good
breaking
damage.
it.
But Mark Boots did manage to keep his distance, and this is why I'm saying that Arrow has control of the lane, even though there's only a few CS difference. That's just because Mark Boots is doing a great job of actually farming from a distance, but he's had to farm from a distance here. As you see, he may actually go down flashing away there from the Mimic's chains, and Arrow continues to strangle this lane.
You can definitely see Mark Boots is struggling a little bit.
Hmm.
He may opt to go for the Abyssal Scepter route himself. He can definitely use the extra defensive stats.
Yeah, it's definitely the start of something new for this lane, and unlike in High School Musical, it's not a good thing.
Nicholas almost getting caught out again, but able to escape with a tunnel.
We're just going to gloss over that reference. Okay, we're glossing over that one right there.
I never watched High School Miracle.
Apparently you didn't listen to the title either. That's okay. That's okay. You know, I'm not miffed at all.
I realized as I was saying it, like, that's not the name of the movie.
I want to give props to Mark Boots, though, because he is only 5, 6, 7, 8 CS back, however many he gets off this wave here. And that is rather impressive with the amount of control that Arrow seemed to have had in a lot of those skirmishes that we saw over the last few minutes. And to still manage to eke out enough CS for himself is really, really promising, because it means that Mark Boots, even if he can't regain control of this lane exactly, is still going to have an impact and is still going to be a threat to Wise later on.
Seeing Impaled and Myloot are still doing tank things, so Director Camera, thanks for showing that.
Oh, nice. Sidestep from Arrow there. Mark Boots maybe doesn't have the flash. He's desperately trying to get as much damage as he can, but Arrow is just about in range for the Q, even with the Ghost. And Mark Boots is losing control of this lane, if it's not already lost.
It's definitely a huge struggle for him right now. Arrow having that magic resist when Mark Boots doesn't, it makes the difference. The damage difference very noticeable.
And a lot of it is down to the matchup as much as it is down to the individual skill of the player. Mark Boots has been playing a lot of these mechanical engagements pretty well. Got caught there by the chain, but a few times we've seen it miss. But really, LeBlanc only has to land it once, and that's the thing about the pick. Nice body block from Ilu. That forced a flash from Impaled. He may still go down. There's 3 here. Turns around with the depth charge onto the LeBlanc. It's a pretty good choice, but Lee Sin's still pretty mobile. There's the knockback onto Impaled, followed up there by Arrow. He gets himself a killing spree. And this is why we see this LeBlanc banned out pretty much all the time now. In the hands of a skilled player who gets rolling, it's an almost uncontestable pick.
And rolling he is at 3-0.
Arrow coming over the wall, but he does get unburrowed on. Manages to distort away, even with the cooldown on distortion. Still pretty quick to be able to get back to that pad. A lot of safety in the LeBlanc pick, and Mailu gets himself a kill.
It looks like Convicted has firm control of the game now at 4-0.
And already, I think I can toss out the prediction that we'll be seeing a LeBlanc ban next game, or a LeBlanc first pick from the side of Overhyped Esports, as they will be on blue side next draft. Because this game so far has kind of revolved around that pick. We'll see whether or not Jiggity Jam can pull anything back. And Exhaust on the lies, both teams pulling teleports. However, Arrow and Mailu are coming in, and there's only one teleport on the side of Overhyped, and Arrow is on a rampage already. Impaled, going to get chained and sent to jail like the convict that he is. Actually, no, convicts are the one killing him.
He's being convicted by the convicts.
Yes. He's in jail and already, and the convicts simply aren't treating him very well. But here's the Mountain Drake, and this is a 6-0 start for Convict. The Convicts? Convict?
Convicted.
I'm not sure. Convicted? Convicted, okay.
They've been convicted.
They've been convicted, okay. What have they been convicted of?
Battery and assault looks like so far.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's a charge that's certainly going to stick if Mark Boots is allowed in the courtroom to testify.
Have to see if they can be taken to the courtroom at all, because currently they are 6-0.
And I'm going to be really interested to see what evolves as sort of the counter pick to LeBlanc moving forward in the meta, because a lot of people have been saying that Syndra is a good pick into it, which is why I predicted that in the draft, but Mark Boots simply hasn't been able to hold a candle in this lane, and I'd say it is down to the champion matchup. Mark Boots' play has not been, like, horribly bad, out of place or anything like that. He's just been outclassed in this matchup.
It's definitely been a pretty significant struggle for him to keep up here.
Oh, here we have Mindless landing the snare into lose. We'll see if... Okay, no. Jiggity Jam cannot turn that one back around. I never count a Vayne out even below half health, but Twitch has quite a bit of damage, and
Zero health
overall,
is definitely
I'd
significantly
say,
different from half health.
Yeah, I'd say that Convicted, they've been allowed to get too many power picks. Like, we're still in a bit of a fluctuating meta, but Twitch, Nami, and LeBlanc are all highly contested, and Poppy is certainly not a slouch. There's a knock-up onto Mindless. They're going to continue the chase, and an Aqua Prison will convict the Nami. Yeah? Yeah. All right, that's enough prison jokes.
This lie is going to be put up to 2-0 and 2 with nearly a 20 CS lead.
Mm-hmm.
No, it is a 20 CS lead, not nearly.
Arrow alone is enough of a threat to control this jungle here now. There's Miracle's able to just, like, walk through the mid lane, or maybe not. Mark Boots gets great damage onto him. Half of his health gone, but...
Miracle not quite respecting the Syndra.
Oh, that was very close to Arrow possibly going down. Maybe a little too aggressive from the LeBlanc, because that Condemned just whizzed past a wall.
He almost convicted.
Did that pink ward just get 5 gold? What?
I may need to... Yeah, I don't know. I kind of missed it.
I think it's a visual bug. One way or another, though, I'm not going to let that distract me from the imminent action that we have with good old St. Nicholas himself. The Aqua Prison, though, and Lies may get away. He gets a speed buff off the back of the Nami passive, and it's a body block from Squee to prevent the Prey Finder from
Lies
catching him out.
Almost being the first victim of the game for the side.
Yeah, he would have been 100% of his team's deaths, but he didn't quite go down.
At this point, they need to be playing a game to see who dies first. But no, they are going to take this seriously, I imagine. They want to make sure they maintain this first win, because they are certainly on the path to victory here.
I would say that Overhyped is certainly a contender, honestly. Even this far back, maybe even not in this game. Maybe this game is by the wayside already, and they just kind of have to let it go, or just try desperately to scale into the late game with a Syndra Vayne, and that might be enough, but it seems like a long shot. But just judging by how we saw them play the last time we saw these guys play, which was in the semifinals, I would say that Overhyped are certainly capable, and I think they got outdrafted. If they can rectify that mistake, then going into game 2, they can definitely have a chance to just come out on top in the series as Jiggity Jam gets ambushed there. Mindless, though, has his back, and Lies doesn't really have a support, but the long-range chide away from Squee is all that he needs. An Aqua Prison to force a flash, and Lies gets his 3rd kill of the game.
Oh man, this is definitely extremely rough.
Yeah, I would almost say that this game is pretty much unwinnable for Overhyped, but they do have a Vayne. That always gives you hope in the late game. But there's a very good answer to a Vayne in the enemy team. There's a LeBlanc that's 4-0-2, soon perhaps to be 5-0-2, as Arrow is unstoppable.
5-0-2 it is.
And a secondary turret falls in the bottom lane. Things are coming up aces for convicts, or if they're convicted. So many different words that are that same word with different suffixes. It's almost like that's how grammar works.
Dang grammar.
Close.
How dare you?
I never liked it much as a subject.
It's actually, I didn't like it either, but it was easily my best subject, which is unusual.
Well done. All A's, I imagine. Nothing less than the very best for Reverie Esports casting desk.
I wish. Unfortunately, no. Only the writing portions I did well on, not the homework part.
You're fired. I'm just kidding. I don't have that authority, but I am going to bring...
Oh.
There's the knock-up onto Nicholas, a turnaround onto Arrow, but he dashes out of that fight before anything can go sour. We'll see, though, if Mylu has the same sort of luxury. He may end up being the first casualty for his team. Impale dashing forward, but he's going to get snared up by Arrow. Miracle diving into the fight is Jiggity Jam's first victim, and in fact, the first victim for the entirety of Overhyped, but the Blast Cone gets Poppy to relative safety in the Baron pit. In fact, absolute safety. As Arrow is looking for a kill, flashing in for the distortion, he finds himself a domination kill. It's a double kill for Lies, who has just joined the party. And by the looks of it, is going to be ending it very swiftly. Triple kill now for the Twitch.
That will be a quadra kill overall for the team. A disastrous set of events for the side of Overhyped Esports.
And Overhyped, they claim one small kill, one tiny little bowl of porridge for the little orphan team sitting in the corner. And Convicted turns right around and just kicks them for taking it. And then throws the porridge all over the ground in this horrible orphan analogy. Secondary turret goes down, though. And now I'm thinking of Oliver Twist.
Unfortunately, Miracle being the first casualty, a direct consequence of him having no defenses at all. Now Lies could be going down here.
Down? He was out of range of the Scat of the Week, so the stun didn't land.
Lies thanking his lucky stars.
Yeah, even though the snare connected from Mindless, it wasn't quite enough. All right, well, I really can't honestly say that there's much of a way back into this game for Overhyped, unless there's some sort of very, very large-scale misplay from Convicted. However, that doesn't mean that they're out of the finals, as it is a best of 3. So going into Game 2, my best advice for them would be to focus in on the draft and try to deny some of these really powerful picks from their opponents. Things like Arrow's LeBlanc, I think that's the highest priority, but also Liza's Twitch or Mylu's Poppy. These are all things that these players seem very, very comfortable on. And they're going to have the benefit of first picks, so
Absolutely.
They have some more control.
We can definitely attribute a large amount of this game to all our Arrow's LeBlanc has just had so much impact, and that's not to diminish what Mylu and Lies have done here. Speaking of Mylu,
Yeah, speaking of Jiggity Jam tumbling forward. momentarily. All Arrow teleports in and is godlike instantaneously. And the fight continues. 1-for-1 so far, but it does not look like it will trend so evenly moving forwards. Miracle tossing Nicholas back into his own team, doing some good damage as the anchor just about whiffs. And Arrow's going to kite backwards. It is 1-for-1 in the end, actually.
That's better than they could have imagined. We did see that Miracle almost going down again because he still has no defenses. He only has some magic resist. Very squishy. Lots of damage, though.
Yes, very, very high damage, very focused on crushing this early game lead, and that seems to be the way that Convicted are thinking right now. And I cannot fault them for it. As Lies is looking for an ambush here, but he's ambushing a Syndra. He still gets the double kill, even up against... And that's when you know things have gone south, when the enemy AD carry is the one doing the assassinating of your Syndra mid lane.
Seeing that Mark Boots is just so far behind. He only has Morello and Amacom. The heal from Liza's heal was enough to keep him alive.
I'm honestly surprised at this point that we don't see a Dark Seal, at the very least, from Arrow.
He's opting to go
or
ahead
maybe
and...
the upgraded one. Why can I never remember the name? It's been in the game since the inception of the game, almost.
And
I
had it in my head until you said you forgot it, and now I've forgotten it too.
Oh, effect.
It's spreading.
Well, that's an inhibitor turret down at 21 minutes. Magi's, by the way.
That's it.
The item. Came to mind as soon as I stopped thinking about it, of course.
The Magi from that movie that was really good.
Must have been a real good movie, but I haven't seen it actually, so I'm not sure what you're referencing. The Mummy. Oh yeah. I actually haven't seen that one yet. Miley being chased through the jungle. Anchor is flash away from. That's at least one summoner down.
Miley wanted to keep his death count to 2-1.
The Phantom LeBlanc, flanking from behind, is actually going to give Lies an... As the enemies were backing away. Jiggity Jam doesn't quite get Ram Jam wall slammed there. Flash in for Miracle, though, and Mark Boots is eliminated. Nicholas taking a big chunk of damage as Arrow doesn't even really have to pick and choose his targets anymore. Pretty much anywhere that damage lands, it's going to be effective, as Twitch cleans up a double kill on the other side of the skirmish.
There's another quadra kill going over to the side of Convicted here. And they have just firm control of this game. There's almost no way they can lose this. And there's the inhibitor.
And this is so much cleaner than the last game we saw from this roster. It may be down to some of these picks being comfort picks. I mean, we've already seen good play on both the Twitch and the Poppy. Maybe just putting Arrow onto this LeBlanc is enough to tilt it into a 23-minute victory. 22-3 on the KDA. Convicted looking very, very convincing this first match. But I'm still holding out hope for Overhyped Esports, as I've seen clean play from them tonight, and I think they can come back into it. It's just they did not draft well for that first match.
Absolutely. Leaving the LeBlanc open was definitely an error. Maybe they thought they could handle it, but unfortunately they could not.
I mean, a lot of people do think that Syndra is an okay pick into LeBlanc. Really, LeBlanc is just so incredibly mobile, is able to pick and choose the fights so well that if you play it well enough, there's very, very few lanes that are a counter pick. I would argue that there isn't really anything that is a solid counter pick. There's just lanes that can survive it. That's if the LeBlanc gets rolling.
Absolutely. So on that note, we are going to take a small, tiny break. We're going to get everybody in lobby, and once we're in Champion Select, we'll be back. So don't go anywhere, guys.
You're breaking it down, it falls to the ground, 'cause I had no
And we're back. A relatively short break. For those of you just joining us, this is the finals of our Reverie Esports Open number 74. Convicted versus Overhyped Esports. But Overhyped is going to be on blue side this time. It's currently 1-0 in favor of Convicted.
And I think we're currently looking at the most crucial part of this next game, because I would say that Overhyped Esports was undone by their draft this first match, where it looked like Convicted just smashed through and like a hammer against some glass, just tore them to pieces. But really, most of that I would put down to the picks, and we're seeing the same bands come through.
They do have first pick this
Last
time,
time.
so they could attempt to take the LeBlanc for themselves.
I don't imagine they'll be allowed to. If they don't ban LeBlanc, which they shouldn't actually as first pick, that would not be all that wise. It will be banned against them. I'm willing to stake my reputation, what little reputation I have, as a predictive pick ban caster on it.
Oh, well.
So I'm about to lose my reputation because whenever it always goes sour.
Well, there is the exact same set of bands from Overhyped. They did not change anything. So maybe they're gonna change some things up and figure out. There is the LeBlanc ban,
There
like
it
you
is.
predicted.
I get to keep my reputation.
Arrow deciding that it's not worth it to let them attempt to take it.
Syndra, though, will be picked away, and this is actually pretty clever. Mark Boots had some good laning prowess on the Syndra, got overshadowed by snowballing LeBlanc, but that's not going to be a possibility this time around. And Syndra definitely is a powerhouse in the current meta as well. So
currently, LeBlanc has been convicted and will not be able to be played.
So yeah, I like seeing Overhyped grab this Syndra early. Could be Victor picked into it. We've already seen Arrow play pretty well in the lane and then performs well in team fights, of course. But I don't think we'll actually see a mid lane pick for a little bit, as there's going to be some emphasis on grabbing those comfort picks in the jungle, I think, and maybe even in the AD carry role. We may see an emphasis on the Twitch pick.
And it's worth noting that the side of... Now I've forgotten their names, even though they've just won. Convicted. And I keep making jokes about their name, and I can't remember it. Well, Convicted has switched their jungler and their supports back to Dexima and Azura, Azarether. How do you pronounce his name?
Getting practice across the whole roster, I suppose.
It seems that way. They're definitely in a position to be able to utilize that, because they are one win ahead in this best of 3.
All right, well, it's back to the Lee Sin for Dexima, so some emphasis on the jungle, but it'll be an Echo pick. A little bit flexible, could actually go both mid and top, but I'm thinking likely top for Mylu, though his Poppy has been solid. He may go back to that, and we may see an Echo mid.
Absolutely. Definitely changing things up a little bit. I'm wondering how the side of Overhyped is going to respond to this, because obviously they haven't played against an Echo yet, and this is a couple sets of different players, so it's going to be a little different.
I think if Mindless, I think the Poppy pick could be good. I'd be worried about it being a bait into picking the Poppy, and then they just send the Echo top anyways, and maybe Impaled isn't quite as proficient of a Poppy as something else he would have wanted to pick otherwise, but they're going to go for it. All right, so there's no more Poppy potential for Milo. So this is, I think, going to be an Echo top. So we're going to see what Arrow's choice is mid, and I think we'll see a Twitch again. I don't see any reason for Lies to go off the Twitch.
He definitely has very limited reasons to switch. He's had good performances in both games.
Unless he's really worried about Thresh. Like, unless he's really, really worried about Milo, something like Ezreal. I don't know, Ezreal, to stay safe in the lane against the Thresh on Tristana, I guess, but you see that nowadays.
Braum being highlighted.
Yeah, I think Braum would be enough to keep a Twitch safe if he opts to go for that pick.
One of the stronger melee supports, for sure. We don't see a whole bunch of him lately. He's been kind of overshadowed by the range support meta. And there's the Twitch pick.
So far, all my predictions have come to fruition. That's pretty fun. But it'll be Twitch and Braum bottom lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, and Echo still, I suppose, either mid or top, but likely top, I'd imagine. And these last two picks, see what they can go with. They've got the
Need
Poppy locked in top.
a
They need
jungler.
support in jungle.
Yeah.
Um,
Mark's going jungle. 'Cause
I
we
want
already
to see Jiggity Gems. Vayne was passable last game, I suppose. We didn't really give. He didn't really have an opportunity to do much. So going back to the Vayne could make some sense. Vayne is decently strong in the current meta, but much more snowbally and anti-snowbally than a lot of other picks. And I'd worry about falling behind in a game 2 of a series where you're down 1. But they're going to be locking it in.
And that is going to be a Zac for jungle. We'll have to see if Overhyped can avoid getting overwhelmed like they were in the previous game.
And if this Victor does get locked in, I will be 3-3. 4 for 4 if you even count the Echo.
We'll go half on
I've
the
been
Echo.
practicing my pick bands. 3.5 for 3.5. All right, I'll take it. It's good enough. But yeah, just honestly, again, it looks like Convicted has gotten some pretty solid comfort picks. We know if this Victor does get locked in, that Arrow is proficient on that. Lies has his Twitch again. I'm just surprised that the Ivern and the Zyra are both. Jace I can understand because Mylu has been the top laner in every single one of these games, but Dexima has been swapping out for
Miracle.
I can't remember the Miracle. Yeah, and so I'm surprised that Ivern has been a top ban against both of these junglers here, especially when they've seemed so willing to go over to Lee Sin. And Zyra as well, as the support's been swapping around. So
could be they're just worried about the overall power of Ivern, so they're just saying we're not going to bother dealing.
That's very true. And with so many hyper carries in the AD carry meta right now with Vayne versus Twitch, as you can see, there's a few of them right there. Ivern is in a very powerful spot, but you know that Lies is so very comfortable on this Twitch. Taking him off of it seems obvious, but they're going to be going into it. They're going to be playing once more into the Twitch. And they did get priority on the mid lane. So I'm looking for Mark Boots to shine this game because he's set up to. He's against a melee laner, and he's on Syndra, who's one of the 2 powerhouse mid lane picks this meta.
Somehow we missed it, but Alt Arrow is going to be playing Echo, and there's going to be a Malphite top lane.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
I completely missed that. I don't know what I was doing. I missed that entirely.
Yeah, the Victor was swapped away from it the last moment. Just too busy talking about Twitch. My apologies.
Sheer 2.5 for 3.5, so it'll have to do.
I suppose it was one off. Didn't predict the Malphite. I did say though that it could be a swap Echo. I anticipated it, albeit I didn't think it was likely, but it is possible for sure. And
actually, you did highlight that. So
I just don't think it's great into the Syndra matchup, but it's okay. Echo can roam really well. He just has to survive pretty much.
If he can avoid the stun combo with the, he might be able to survive the lane pretty easily. Let's have to see what he does, how much he roams.
Yeah. We'll have to see that in about 2 minutes, though, because that's what's left of the spectator delay. So
absolutely.
Give us 2 minutes here, folks.
On that note, we are going to take a small commercial break, and we'll be back as soon as we're in game, so don't go anywhere, guys.
Silent in dismay, it won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun.
silent in dismay. It won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun.
There we go. Sorry about the delay, guys. My loading a little slowly there. And there's some action right off the bat.
All right. We didn't miss too terribly much. Just a flash from Mindless, and that's one summoner taken. The lead already very slightly over to Convicted. But, that's got to raise morale a little bit. After a stunning victory like that, finding some success with your absolute very first stratagem, it puts you off to a good start.
Absolutely. That does leave Mindless a little vulnerable on that bottom side. 2 ganks as well.
Mm-hmm.
Between the Braum and the slows from Twitch, they could easily secure a kill if Mindless is careless.
The invade was countered, as you can see here, though, to some small degree. A little bit of vision again in the red side top jungle. And Mylu and Deximo will be starting each other off there at that red buff. As lies on his trusty old Twitch. Shows up on the bottom lane. Neither bottom lane do to leash. So they're going to start very even into this wave.
It'll be definitely interesting to see if Jiggity Gems, what he does here.
Yeah, whether or not his main is able to stand up to this Twitch. That's a tumble forward. That was highly aggressive. Live is going to proc that stun, but Mindless is still coming up for a bit of aggression of his own. Jiggity Jam, though, took more damage than he gave out that trade.
Absolutely. It's definitely not in favor for him.
Yeah, had concussive blows not been stacking, he may have been able to. With concussive blows, that was too easily punishable. And Liza's going to keep him away from the minion wave now. This could be the start of a pretty tough lane for the Vayne.
It's definitely going to be very difficult because he's already fallen behind a little bit here. Reverie is going to be farmer to get some of that back under the turret, but it is under turret. Which is not the most comfortable place to farm. Elias is just steadily harassing with the poison.
Yeah, not quite as good for burst harass as it used to be now, but it's actually a much more potent tool for shoving the lane now, since the poison cloud sticks around and the minions are not intelligent enough to step out of it. It will stack up more stacks than it used to onto the wave, at least, and then your expunge can clean up the caster minions relatively easily.
Camera Alexis top lane here. Milo and Impaled kind of hitting each other a little bit.
I'm honestly rather surprised that Milo's been able to shove the lane up that much. Poppy usually comes out rather far ahead of that matchup, but that's a beautiful hook from Mindless across the Raw. Zerath here maybe going down. He flashes away. This is an incredibly aggressive play here from Convicted, looking for a red buff steal. They're going to give up first blood, second blood as well. Get one kill back, at least onto Arrow's Echo.
Actually, it's 1 for 1 each.
Oh, that was 1 for 1. Lies went. Oh, it was first blood onto the side of Overhyped then. Oh, man.
Mindless was
Colors are hard.
Very hard.
All right,
fair,
well, Arrow snagged first blood on the way out of that.
A lot of people were so very close to dying.
Yes, very much so. Let me check, actually, and see whether or not Nicholas lost cell division there. He didn't quite. So that's actually a really
That was a
potent
really
cooldown,
good
so-
elastic slingshot as well. He managed to get a 3-man knockup, and it's kind of disappointing that they didn't get further ahead because of that.
Yeah. A very, very rough and dirty escape from Convicted, but they make it out nonetheless.
Only flash from Azir being popped. Mindless.
Nice hook there onto Lies. The lantern back. Stun doesn't land as Lies flashes it away. Having to burn the summoner, held on to it as long as he could.
Yep,
He would
cutting
be
out a
in
little bit.
a very rough spot if that didn't connect. Is my audio having some issues?
It's just cutting out. Maybe it might be my connection. I noticed my ping to the server is going up and down.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Hopefully it resolves pretty quickly. I did just get a new microphone, so maybe on my end, but I thought I had set it up correctly.
I'll keep an eye on it to see if it's me.
The end result of all of this doohickery in the bottom lane, it's a word now, is that Lies has about double the CS of Jiggity Jam, and as you can see, with a level advantage as well, is doing a good bit of burst. It's interesting. You could see the animation of the Scrying Bloom actually hit the end of the river there, so that may have informed Jiggity Jam and Mindless that at least that may be one of the reasons why they're playing so far back right now.
Very interesting. Can't be quite sure, obviously, but it definitely seems plausible.
Yeah, I mean, on the spectator overlay, I definitely saw that. I'm just not sure if that's visible to both teams. I think it is. Meanwhile, Arrow is continuing to hold just about even in this lane, which I think is all he really needs to do. But a stun from Mark Boots and a gank from Nicholas is enough to shut him down.
Mark Boots getting his revenge from the previous game where he was getting so thoroughly bullied.
And he needs big, big dollops of revenge if he wants to make up for that game. Oh, Arrow's LeBlanc was a menace. LeBlanc in general is a menace right now. This patch is truly the LeBlanc patch, as far as mid lane is concerned.
Luckily, Arrow is not playing LeBlanc. He's playing Echo, who's nothing like LeBlanc.
Well, maybe not nothing.
Has some similarities,
Assassin.
but does not
Yeah.
have quite the snowballing nature.
Hmm.
It's a lot harder to snowball, I would say.
Yeah. As Mylu continues to shove up here, I mean, he's got the Cinder. I mean, not the Cinderhulk, the Bammy Cinder, sure. And he's got some inborn AoE with Malphite, but Poppy's cooldowns are really low. Like, levels 1 through 3 is where Impaled should have been shoving that lane much more hard than Mylu could keep up with. And yet we're seeing a Malphite with a CS lead with a level advantage. Though that has just been evened up as Impaled actually just at level 6. And this is really not how this lane should be going. I'm interested to see more. Unlike usual, where I don't want the camera to sit top lane. And if only because I'm really not sure how Mylu made this happen. I mean, he's not got an amazing lead. I'm not saying he's won the game here single-handed, but he should be behind, and he's ahead by 4 CS. Flash forward from Mindless, though. There's 2 men flayed backwards. Lies is exhausted, and that invisibility only actually works if no one is right next to him. Jiggity Jam will get himself a kill. Now we have Jiggity Jam doing some good damage to the Braum as well. There's a roam down from Arrow by Mark Boots, who gets some great burst on a Dexima, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Overhyped is not counted out of this series. And with a slightly more pointed draft, and LeBlanc really just out of the picture, it looks like they're able to come to grips.
Absolutely. LeBlanc, the other picture, is definitely making pretty difference, and it looks like just Overhyped in general is playing a lot better than they did in the previous game.
And this is exactly what I anticipated to see out of this lane here. As Impaled is now the one shoving Mylu in. Like, the camera didn't show any of it, but I'm really interested in the mystery that was the first 5 levels of that top lane. Just not sure how Malphite did that. Maybe liberal use of the corrupting potion, I suppose, but this is a much better position for Overhyped Esports to be in, for sure.
I messed up the timer on accident. Staying new.
Oh no.
Staying new thing at the bottom. I accidentally clicked it. I'm at 8. Hold on. But it's 8:52, 8:53, 8:54.
You are 1 second behind me.
There we go. I've sped it up as much as it'll go. Hopefully
All
it
right.
evens out. Shouldn't be too far behind. I'll make sure I don't accidentally click that again in the future.
It's okay. Effect isn't off at all. He didn't mess with the timer or anything by accident. I'm just clairvoyant. I'm just that good. So moving forward, just keep that in mind. Effect never makes mistakes. I just can predict the future.
Well, what are the lottery numbers for Houston next week?
That would be an abuse of my powers.
Dang.
I can't morally go that far. You know, I'll shoutcast some League of Legends. I'll talk about how this top lane is going to be an uneventful slugfest for the next 10 minutes. But I'm not gonna give someone unjust earnings.
I see.
Not again, at least.
Much disappointment. Oh, Lai's going for an ambush here.
Yeah, All Arrow has some invisible backup and some backup from over the wall, but Dexima's flank was not quite as juicy as he was hoping, at least not for him. And that's going to be a kill going over to the Zac. Nicholas showing up just in the nick of time to claim that one.
The elastic slingshot saving the day. Dexima just exploding under that damage because he has no durability.
Yeah, and what looked like a really, really aggressive and sort of high presence flank turned into a very, very bad position as soon as Zac was involved in the equation. Oh, but Jiggity Jam is left alone on the bottom side. Nicholas caught out under the turret to some degree. Arrow getting some burst down there. And, you know, 2 kills over to the Vayne. Jiggity Jam, even having to burn the flash in that 2v1 there, he's doing all right. He's going to scale up, people. This is definitely a much more winnable game for Overhyped Esports. And honestly, I shouldn't even be speaking in those terms. They're the ones with a lead. I should be wondering how convicted, come back into this one because they need to now.
They're definitely very behind. It's not obviously not quite as extensive as the lead Convicted had. Convicted's certainly not out of this yet, but things are looking grim for them.
Yeah, and in particular, I would say that the mid lane matchup was not as much of a. Well, I'll have to get back to that actually. Impaled. He has the steadfast presence to prevent the secondary proc of the Q from Dexima. He actually buys enough time there. That's preventing a large amount of damage from the Lee Sin. Well played on Poppy there, timing that W pretty well. And now Milo's going to get caught up before he can flash over the wall. He goes down as well.
So very close to getting over that wall, but not quite.
We've seen some well-timed steadfast presences tonight for sure. Oh, Chickadee Jam is once again alone in bottom lane, this time without the benefit of the flash. I think he goes down. Kill over to Lies, but in the end, that's really not a huge deal. Certainly not good, but Rift Herald is going to be traded, and Overhyped are still in a controlling position this match.
They have the first dragon. They have Rift Herald. Maybe they lose the first turret, though.
Interesting note I'd like to hit. Lies has gone for some really early berserkers here. I imagine that's going to be because he wants to crush this turret and then roam around the map looking for ambush plays as often as possible. Getting that extra movement speed to be able to sneak up on people invisibly, I think, is a pretty good choice for him. Though it does cut into his damage a little bit.
Absolutely. It does make sense. The turret is down, so that does enable him to roam a bit.
And you see how important that first brick is now, as after that goes down, there's only a 300 gold deficit between these two teams, despite a 5-kill differential. And CS leads in multiple lanes. Or CS leads actually only in one lane. I come to look at it. Used to be multiple lanes, but Mailu has crept ahead.
They have CS leads in 2. Mailu and Lies are both ahead by about...
Oh, I was speaking about Overhyped Esports.
Oh.
Yeah, pardon me.
Okay, in that case, you are completely correct. They have a lead.
Probably could have made that more clear. But yeah, Lies using those boots to get up to the top lane very quickly. The alternative option for those boots is to just try and shove up lanes and rotate the map more quickly to get more turrets. One way or another, though, it's an interesting choice early on for sure. And there's really not too much of a detour.
There is going to be a dragon in about 35 seconds. We'll have to see if Lies and Azirath rotate back down to make sure they secure that buff. But they're opting to go ahead and push top.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage from Milo. Oh, all arrows tumbling forwards. There's the phase dive, but there's the chrono as he has to leap back out of a Zac.
Yeah, Good God. Milo's bowling ball hurt a lot.
Yes, they do. Oh, that hook was so close. Mindless predicting where Lies was going to be. Either that or just aiming it at the Braum, I suppose. But still, either way, that brushed past Twitch's whiskers right there.
Definitely not the most comfortable place you want to be when you're a Twitch.
All right, but that dragon is getting set up for on both of these teams. However, it looks like it's Convicted that have the drop on it.
Impaled
And despite the
can
fact that they're
teleport.
down, Convicted has been playing very aggressively this game nonetheless.
Down but not out, that's for sure.
Yeah. And not even down by that much anymore, only 500 gold back. And now they get themselves a dragon. Arrow does get hooked. He doesn't actually have Chrono Break, so he may have been a little bit vulnerable there, but they don't have enough vision to chase after him.
Wisely making sure they don't take any more losses than they need to.
And we're just about hitting first item spikes soon. We have one for both of the mid laners, actually. All Arrow has completed his Proto Belt, and Mark Boots has finished off, well, his boots, but on top of that, on top of his namesake, he's also got a Merlinomicon. Very potent first items, but I imagine with the next bases, we'll see Infinity Edges from the AD carries, perhaps, and jungle items completed from these junglers. So we're coming into the stage of the game where things are decided moving forwards.
Both carries are working towards their Infinity Edges still.
Oh, just on the edge of the stun there. Mark Boots does get penalized a little bit, but All Arrow now getting hooked back onto the turret. He has the ulti, but it's still within range of the turret because he was under there for at least 3 seconds. But there's the Malphite ulti back onto the Cinder. Mark Boots is going to toss Mylu away, though, and just about escape life. In an attempted assassination, turns around into a kill for Overhyped Esports.
Absolutely. And that was just very unfortunate for Aura. The Ignite there to prevent him from healing too much. He just couldn't withstand the turret and the Cinder Burst.
Yeah, very good point to hit. The Grievous Wounds effect actually does cut the health regain off of Echo's Chrono Break. I'm still doing some serious damage. I'm actually curious to see this guy's runes and masteries. Yeah, he's sitting on 25 AP, and he doesn't have any builds. Yeah, he doesn't have any builds. So that's only runes and masters giving him 25.
It's definitely probably AP Glyphs then. That's 15.
All right, a defense here of the mid lane turret. I don't know if it's going to hold for that long, though. This is going to be a turret lead now for Overhyped Esports. Are you with me, Effect?
Yeah, sorry, my button was sticking on my push to talk. Weird.
Oh, all right.
That
Apologies.
I have recovered.
Good. Glad to have you back. I missed you, buddy.
I missed me too.
All right. Well, a shove in onto the bottom lane fortuitously, or perhaps with forethought. They've got a large minion wave there. Impale doesn't really care that much about Echo. Walked in a straight line toward. And all 3 outer turrets are going to fall at a fairly rapid rate.
That is.
Just 18 minutes or so.
It's basically Overhyped still has control of this game, but it's still just such a tiny lead at the 17 minutes. Only about almost 3K, not quite.
I think a lot of this is going to be down to Mark Boots and where he goes now. No, oh man, good steal. But well, we'll see exactly where this Cinder is used is what I was getting to, because it is, I would say, the cornerstone of power for Overhyped Esports right now.
Absolutely. We've seen some really good play by Nicholas as well, so we'll have to see if he can
Yeah.
continue that trend.
Yeah, we definitely should give props to the Zac. Nicholas has been landing his elastic slingshots with high amounts of consistency. And there's no turret here to fall back to, at least not just yet. So the chase will continue. Nicholas not quite landing that one, but he gets him in position to bounce. Jiggity Jam now has free reign to tumble forwards in final hour. The stun against the wall into a Zerathir. However, Nicholas is dropped incredibly low. Now leaping back into the fight, but there's Cell Division still available. And he gives his life up for the passive. It's a 1-for-0. Going over to Overhyped Esports.
Once again, we're seeing the squishy Lee Sin build just exploding whenever he enters a team fight.
And perhaps going for a more tanky option might have been the right choice here when you're really not snowballing. Like the last few times we've seen the Lee Sin for Convicted, they've been snowballing pretty well in the early game and dealing with the laning phase rather well. But now with that kind of turned around, well, they're actually going to go bunch up for all of that AoE damage out of Boots. And at this point, Nicholas as well, who has done so very well for himself this game that he's actually scaled up enough in levels to be a damage threat. Impaled's life may be forfeit, but that hook prevented not only Dexima from getting next to Impaled, but also the execution damage from Lee Sin's Q.
Mindless saving the day.
He's a legend. I mean, maybe Impaled still didn't die there. He still had a few hundred hit points to his name. He might not have gone down, but Mindless just secured that Poppy's life beyond a shadow of a doubt. And now a secondary turret will fall, and a definitive lead has formed for Overhyped Esports.
This is definitely going to be a much larger struggle now. They're actually they're basically about 5k goal behind now. So it's just slowly extending out here. And
I'm interested to see next game whether Jace, Ivern, or Zyra is the one they drop, because they're banning LeBlanc. If we go into a next game, I mean, admittedly, Convicted still has ways back into this match. They're not as far behind as Overhyped was in game 1, so I don't really want to throw them out the window just yet. But they are on the windowsill, I'll say.
Precipice of defeat.
Yes, the precipice. Don't push them, because they are close to the edge.
It feels like Dexima's Lee Sin build is holding them back because he can't engage safely.
All right, well, here's an Ocean Drake. And it's not going to be there for very long, though. Bane and Poppy melt that bad boy.
Absolutely, just destroyed. And it's
Volcanic Drake will be
noting
the next
that
one.
Mark Boots, for a second item, has secured a Void Staff to ensure that any magic resist is less effective.
Yeah, interesting to go with a Void Staff this early when there's actually not a single shred of magic res aside from Mylu's no magic.
Mercury
no
shreds.
magic mental.
So that moment
yeah,
is
Merc
going
shreds
to turn
as well.
into a Spectral Cow pretty soon, but that just means that the Void Staff will just be more effective against him anyways. So it'll be
It's true. Sort of a preemptive purchase from Mark Boots. I think an Abyssal might have been pretty good, but honestly, either choice is fine because he's scaled hard enough at this point that any of these items are going to be potent enough to continue to snowball.
And he's been relatively safe in all of these team fights. I mean, mostly
And to be
untouched.
fair, the Abyssal passive is not going to be all that useful in Sin, that it doesn't actually take effect.
That's true. It is still a relatively short range since they nerfed it so many seasons ago.
It's been so long. I've seen quite a few changes, actually. I just realized that that's Whistler Village Twitch, I think. It's the Christmas one that's really difficult to get. Congrats to Lies on his rare Twitch skin. He's put Twitch to good use over the course of the series, that's for sure. Over the course of the night, really.
He has the Runins now. We're still working on that Infinity Edge, but the Runins will help enable his expunge.
Work has completed on the Infinity Edge, actually. Just finished that off.
He just
As you were saying it. Caster Curse.
Well, that is just going to enable his damage even further. And if he's ignored in these team fights, he could definitely output some pretty serious DPS. Though we see that Nicholas has the Randuins now, so he is going to be just even more tanky.
And I think Lies being ignored in these team fights is something of a far-flung eventuality. With the amount of CC and just threat that is on Overhyped Esports now. We've seen Mindless land some really solid hooks. We've seen, of course, Nicholas landing some really, really good engagements with Elastic Slingshot. And Mark Boots is 5-0-5 on a Syndra. That's a Twitch's worst nightmare.
Absolutely. They're going to use the Hex Tech to go ahead and get a little bit of distance away from Nicholas. Not interested in being caught out at all.
Baron is a real threat here. The team that has a Vayne and Poppy get some good percentage damage there to burn it down. But Baron is also something of a trap, I would say, for Overhyped. Is it's one of the few ways that they can actually throw this game back. They're going to be backing off of the pit. There's a parallel convergence, doesn't get followed up on, as Nicholas is now in. Is the main focus here for this Zac. We'll see if he can handle it solo, though, as Mark Boots nearly gets bursted down, but he just about escaped life, and now Vayne has come online. Lots of damage coming out here, and Azerother is body blocked by Impaled. It's a double kill for the Poppy, with Jiggity Jam finishing off a kill of his own.
And a clean ace with 0 deaths for the side of Overhyped.
And then they
Mark
turn their
Boots
focus
was
back to the Baron.
Mark Boots is so close to dying to Milu, but the Condemn saved his life. Jiggity Jam doing quite a bit of work in that team fight.
And that's gonna seal the deal in the game, perhaps. I mean, maybe not literally just now, but with Baron going down, with Vayne as a scaling threat, and Mark Boots getting even further out of control, I don't know if there is a way back into this one for Convicted.
It's definitely kind of a struggle here. I don't see how they can get back here. It's just they're too far behind now.
Yeah.
Their
And I have to say,
are not as tanky as Zac is, basically. Zac and Poppy are just ridiculously durable.
I feel like there should have been maybe a little bit more respect for Mark Boots in the draft. Arrow going to Echo is not necessarily a terrible decision, but Mark Boots had some clean Syndra during the laning phase of the first game. He lost the early game because of a unfortunate gank in which Nicholas pathed incorrectly through the mid lane, got caught out, and was punished for it. And then he snowballed out of control off of that. But his mechanical play was solid, and to pick a melee laner into that willingly, when you could have just grabbed Victor and sent the Echo top just fine, I feel like was a mistake. And it's one of the many mistakes that has led to this match. I'm not going to pin that all on that one pick, as Wise gets caught out there and Nicholas brings him down.
It's just a culmination
but I feel
of
like
errors.
These teams are both mechanically proficient, and they seem to have an understanding of macro play to enough of a degree to execute that draft phase becomes incredibly important. Because when you have players of roughly equivalent skill, teams of roughly equivalent skill, it comes down to champion picks, because that's what ends up being the difference. So you've got to really respect these lanes and not pick into anything that could even be remotely unfavorable, if you can avoid it.
Nicholas
The knockup
almost
flashed
gets
away
Hero.
from him. But this is still something of a disaster here, but Mindless actually gets caught off alone from the rest of the pick for them if they manage to finish off the Thresh. But Nicholas is going back in, and look at the size of that shield.
Nicholas has no fear, just diving right on in.
No real reason to have fear. As Infernal Drake has respawned, they're going to take a swift break from beating the Convicted up and head off to take themselves a dragon. Drake break. But I'm sure they'll be back to the old grindstone very shortly. Or maybe right now. Milu, I don't think he's nearly tanky enough to be diving in like that, but maybe he is. He lands a 3-man knockup, gets quite a bit of a shield. But there's the shutdown onto the Cinder. It's a good way to start the fight, but Jiggity Jam doesn't have anyone else to worry about right now. He tumbles backwards. That's actually the kill, going over to Milu. And it's a double kill to the Thresh.
Mindless carry.
The GGs come out in chat, and there is a surrender. The writing was on the wall, and Convicted give up the ghost. It's 1-1 now in the series. Let's get into game 3.
Definitely an interesting series of events. It started fairly slow, but Overhyped had the lead for a decent amount of time, and then it just exploded. And there was just no chance for a recovery. And on that note, we're going to take a small, tiny break, and once we're back in lobby, once we're into Champion Select, we'll be back, so don't go anywhere, guys. And we have returned to the final match of the evening. It's currently 1-1 in this set of final match.
And if you're on the East Coast, it's also nearly currently 1
Yes,
in the morning.
it is a little later than we normally like, but that is just the nature of the tournament sometimes. We have, for those of you just joining us, it is Team Convicted facing off against Team Overhyped Esports. Not really Team Overhyped, that's just too long. Overhyped Esports, both on the blue and red side, respectively.
Yep, and it is Overhyped back on red this time, so they will not have the luxury of a first pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see a LeBlanc ban.
Overhyped did not ban Jace first. They banned Ivern first this time, so they're changing up their bans a little bit at least. If only the order currently.
I think the Ivern ban is fine if they really want to keep that. I feel like Ivern, Jace, LeBlanc would be the best way to do it. Zyra can be played around much more easily than, say, an Ivern or a LeBlanc can be. And if they're really afraid of Mylu's Jace, they can continue to take that off the table.
And speaking of bans, there is a respect ban to Nicholas's Zac. And there's the LeBlanc ban.
All right, LeBlanc off the table already. You can save it until the very end to see if it's going to slip up on blue side and ban it themselves. But you can do that with any power pick, like I say, LeBlanc, but just take away LeBlanc, put in X, and let X stand for incredibly powerful champion on this patch. And if your opponents are silly enough to ban it away on blue side themselves, then you get yourself essentially an extra free ban, sort of. But I don't think either side is going to be doing that tonight. Both teams seem relatively savvy. Poppy on.
Opting to ban Poppy, even though Milo had an amazing set of games on Poppy. He's opting to play something else this time.
Yeah, I mean, Impaled's Poppy was pretty solid as well, but I guess that just means they don't want to first pick Poppy. LeBlanc is on the table. Jace, though, too. All right, Jace is taken.
So they did ban out Jace in the first 2 set of games, and they're leaving it open this time for Milo to play, I'm assuming.
Possibly Mylu, possibly Arrow. It could be that Arrow is really confident. That's why they didn't go for the LeBlanc first pick, and they're leaving it open for a second pick here. Caitlyn is is out of the ban list as well. These are both champions that have been banned, and we'll see a Cassiopeia. Possibly. It's hard. Actually, I shouldn't say that so soon. But Mark Boots did have a great Cassiopeia game earlier tonight, and no, definitely we are going to be seeing it. Okay.
And with it being open, there it is. And it'll be interesting to see how it's dealt with.
Yes, definitely. Cassiopeia would do decently well into a LeBlanc lane. It still does get picked, and it's a Jace carry top. This is another one of the situations with Convicted where they have themselves a flex pick as one of their first picks. So last time around, we saw that actually flexed to the mid lane from top. Could go the other way this time. Katarina would be an interesting choice. I don't really think she'd do all that well into a lane with a Cassiopeia. She's had some changes recently, but her strengths are still in the same places and her weaknesses are still in the same places. She just kind of operates differently now, but she's still a very similar champion to what she used to be and still has rough times in laning phases against high harass ranged mages, which Cassiopeia embodies.
He has a second to change if he wants to, and he's going to go for Orianna instead.
And Arexai. I like that combo quite a bit. That means the Jace is top lane, so it is Mylu's Jace. And it will be a ball delivery burrower in the jungle.
Absolutely. Dexman is likely going to be more likely to build a little more durable than he did on the Lee Sin. We've noticed in a couple of games that Lee Sins have kind of exploded in team fights.
Yeah, there's been really a lot of similarities between the way these two teams play, which is why this final in particular, I'm putting such an emphasis on picks, because when you have teams that play similarly and are at a similar skill level mechanically and macro-wise, it really does come down to the champions and to the matchups you get and the compositions you get. And that's when that's League of Legends at its best, in my opinion. And that's why I'm so excited and hyped for a game that's happening at midnight, my time, at least.
Absolutely. And if we follow the trend, the first team that makes the first big mistake is the team that'll be in big trouble.
Yeah, it'll snowball away from them very quickly. As Olaf and Braum are the next two picks. What do you do as a top laner to enable Olaf? Something high CC. I like Gnar into Jace. That could work pretty well. Yeah, I like Gnar. You could go Nautilus or Malphite as well. We've seen those picked in this matchup. Maokai, even. You could just go one of those tanks and just kind of ignore the laning phase a bit. But I think Nard does a decent job of being a tank while still being a contest in the laning phase for a Jace at the very least.
And there is
As
an
a-
Ezreal Bard.
Azerathir going back to his Bard.
Ezreal definitely had some pretty good, solid Bard play in that first match we saw, so we'll have to see if he can continue that trend. And now we are waiting on this top lane pick.
This is the first game with Lies off of Twitch, by the way. So it's the Caitlyn that's changed. It's the Caitlyn that has put him off of that champion, I suppose. So he's there's a lot of respect to Jiggity Jam's Caitlyn over this series. It's been banned out twice against him, and now that he gets it, Lies finally changes his pick and goes from the Twitch over to a much more safe AD carry for the lane.
They're taking their time with this last pick. They can't quite decide what they want to do. It is a Jace top lane, which is not terribly common. It's not something too unexpected, but you don't see it
Honestly,
all much.
you would usually go Poppy in this matchup, which is I think why it was banned out. So there's not a lot of great options. Nautilus was one of the ones I mentioned. Nautilus or Gnar or like just either a raw tank or Gnar pretty much are your only options left.
And they're opting to go with raw tank.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how well he plays into that matchup. If Milo's not careful, he could be in serious threat of dying because of the level of CC that Nautilus has.
I guess you could maybe contest that lane with the Vladimir. But I don't know if Impaled has that in his champ pool. It's a bit of an odd pick.
Old Vladimir was a struggle. I don't know about the new Vladimir.
He's got some sustain to survive, and then against the all-in pool, it's a difficult lane to survive nonetheless. And there's been enough respect to Mylu's Jace over the course of these last 3 pick bans, and I mean it was first pick this game as well, that you're going to want to handle that with care, I think, going into this final game. So Nautilus is a rather safe pick for the lane, and they've got enough damage already with the Cassiopeia Caitlyn core.
Absolutely. The Cassiopeia alone is just going to put out incredible levels of DPS if she can get even a little ahead.
And the other nice thing about having a CC-heavy top laner is that Olaf a little bit more, because Olaf doesn't really have the capabilities to lock someone down himself. So having a ton of CC coming out of one of your lanes is intelligent, I think.
Nautilus is one of those characters that can basically provide all the CC you need almost.
Pretty much. He's the most CC of any champion in the game.
Absolutely. He's got the snare, the knock-up, the slows, the roots. Roots snares.
He's got 4 CCs in his kit, which is more than any other champion. Ulti, slow.
I don't think there's too
the
many
ulti, the E,
passive
the Q,
as
and the passive.
as a hard CC.
Braum is pretty much the only other one I can think of.
Yeah.
But that being said, 2 minutes left on the spectator delay clock. So how about?
That is going to be the part where we take everybody to a tiny commercial break, and once we're in game, we'll be back. So don't go anywhere, guys. And here we are at the final match of the evening. Morning, even.
Yeah, whatever it happens to be, wherever you happen to be, as I like to say. And this is for all the marbles.
And absolutely, we're seeing a 5-stack. Well, now 4. Dangyu as Earther, kind of splitting off.
He's looking for some vision up towards the top side of their jungle to scout any sort of attempted vision control gained from the other side, or a 5-man stack coming into their own jungle. They've sort of just forfeited the top side, and they're defending the bottom side here to have the benefit of catching someone out and killing them if they actually step into the trap.
I just realized that my mouse cursor is showing on the screen. It's not
It's
turned
a
off.
pretty common level 1, albeit a slightly more intriguing one than the 5-man sort of line of scrimmage that's being put together by Overhyped Esports here. I keep wanting to abbreviate their name, but just doesn't sound right for some reason. Even though that is right, I suppose.
It is right, but it's just...
Do I still have you with me, Effect?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello? Test?
I can hear you now.
That's weird. I was pushing the button. Why button no work?
I'm not sure. We're going to have to troubleshoot your buttons after this stream, as they failed us on 1 or 2 occasions. But
Darn you
for now.
buttons. Hopefully the issues resolve themselves, because I have no idea what's causing it to do that.
an interesting change from last time around. Both bottom laners are going to be leashing as both junglers start on the bottom side of the map. And again, they're going to be showing up about evenly to the lane because of it.
And we finally have a matchup in the top lane that isn't just tanks. So it'll be interesting to see how Mylu and Impaled interact with each other.
You saw some particularly clever use of the Titan's Wrath there, the shield from Impaled. As he actually used the damage buff that it gives on hit to last hit 3 minions at once, because it gives an AoE, auto attack, damage over time effect while the shield is up. Quite a lot of stats actually packed into that shield.
It's definitely a very powerful shield, despite how long the cooldown it is on it.
Oh, here comes Rek'Sai to the bottom lane, tunneling in, looking for some sort of opportunity. The exhaust instantly dropped from Mindless. Land knock up, a lot of good damage onto the Braum. The Braum stunned up as well, has to flash away, and the heal burned by Jiggity Jam. That's both summoners off Braum and one off the Caitlyn. Heal from Lies.
Oh, he
So very close. No, didn't get healed. A Zerathir healed him out of there.
Yeah,
He held onto his heal.
that's
This man has
so
nerves of
ballsy.
steel.
I would have panic healed there, I'll admit.
I would have pressed all the buttons on my keyboard. Would have thrown my keyboard at a wall. Props to Lies for being cool, calm, and collected as that Piltover peace made with the back of his face. The back of his head, that's where the back of the face is. There's the knock-up on the Mark Boots, and they have the burst they need, even through the flash. First blood to Dexima.
Dexima's Rek'Sai play, super aggressive, not afraid to dive in, using the flash to get the knock-up there.
I'm interested to see whether he goes Warrior this game or Cinderhulk. Dexima is a very aggressive player, something we've learned over the course of this series. And I'd anticipate a Warrior, if only because he doesn't seem all that healthy to begin with. So his runes and masteries are leaning offensively. I'd imagine his item choices will as well.
Absolutely. It does make sense from what we've seen for him to build more offensively, though I do think that he should definitely put a Cinderhulk into consideration.
Yeah, with the Jace top, it does make a little bit more sense, especially when facing off against a Nautilus. You could just get out-tanked moving later on into the game. It's definitely an issue they have to think about, but
I could imagine
One way or
that
another.
Cinderhulk Titanic Hydra would be a pretty good build set here, so he is durable.
could theoretically go for the Hydra before a jungle item completion. One or two. There's a lot of options, especially with First Blood. That opens up a lot more for him as well. Some gold in his pockets. Nice stun on the Jiggity Jam.
Oh, and it's worth noting that despite having ganked twice already, he's still maintaining a even CS with
And
Nicholas.
there's the other summoner off of Mark Boots. They may or may not get this kill, but one way or another, Dexima has just been bullying Mark around.
Mark Boots is definitely not having a comfortable time at all.
And I think the focus is well placed. Mark Boots, he seems to know what he's doing on this Cassiopeia pick, even with still just about even in lane, a little bit ahead, actually, in terms of CS. And Cassiopeia is a major threat if she gets ahead. Another good stun on Jiggity Jam, whose name has been a pleasure to cast.
He's jiggity and he's jamming. He's jamming jiggity.
All those other things. All those other bits of phonetic magic that you can do with a name like that. There's another stun. Zerathir has been drawing straight lines between minions and the enemy carry very consistently.
Well, impaled, getting hit up a little bit there. No, definitely not comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, when you go raw tank, as I think we put it in the draft phase, up into a Jace, you kind of see the lane. You really can't fight the guy unless you have jungle help.
To be fair, we've mentioned it before, they're not looking to necessarily win the lane anyways.
Looking to survive it, though. He loses about half of his health. He has the ulti, though. He has that knockup for the Courage of the Colossus, his own. And Mylu's life is forfeit as he chose the wrong moment to fight.
I'm not even sure Mylu could have won that without flashing. He got dropped extremely low by Impaled before Nicholas even showed up.
Underestimated the shield stacking. Courage of the Colossus plus Titan of the Depths. Or Titan's Wrath, pardon me. Titan of the Depths is what he is. That's his, like, surname.
His title.
Yes, title, that's good. That's a good way to put it.
Well, Mindless taking some mindless damage.
Yeah, and I gotta give props to Lies and Azirathir. They've done a great job of controlling this lane, which they've been afraid of, like, as a team throughout the best of three. Caitlyn has been banned out every time so far. And now Jiggity Jam gets it, and Lies has a CS lead. Admittedly not a huge one, though.
Lies can easily get his health back here. Thanks to the,
Well, to be fair, there was a cupcake hidden inside that little hot cup
I
of
didn't
cocoa.
even see it.
Yeah.
It was a trap the whole time.
Clever. Clever by Jiggity Jam to place that there. Sort of neutralizes the Bard healing effect.
He should build a Morelnomicon so his traps do.
You know, I don't think it's worth quite that much investment. And actually, they won't, because the traps don't actually do damage.
Oh, they don't do damage anymore?
No, AP Caitlyn is dead.
Darn you right.
Yeah, they killed the oh-so-popular AP Caitlyn. I played it once. The one time I played AP Caitlyn, I queued up for a game. This is going to be a little bit of a story, but I queued up a game, and I played Caitlyn, obviously. And all 4 teammates disconnected and didn't come back. And the enemy team walked into my base and gave me a pentakill. And I used it to get all AP items and then just placed a bunch of cupcakes everywhere and surrendered. Or didn't really surrender. It was like 10 minutes, but I just kind of let them win. Not that I would have had much of a choice otherwise.
Yeah, it's not.
So,
I don't think you're.
it's an anecdote from like seasons ago, though. That was like season 3.
Yeah, your odds of winning that 1v5 are low, even with the pentakill.
Yeah, they were just being nice.
What a bunch of nice guys.
Yeah, they do exist. Contrary to what you might think.
Sounds like a myth.
Climbing the solo queue ladder. Or, pardon me, flex queue ladder. Though I guess solo queue is back with us once again. It's hard to keep track these days. All the different names Riot is giving everything.
Impaled, thanks to that gank, is having a much nicer time. He's keeping up in CS. He has lots of armor and health now.
Dragon, though. Dragon is a thing that's happening right now.
Yes,
Thank you, Directed Camera. And Dragon is a thing that will be mightily contested, I'd imagine. Yeah, this is a very important one. So, oh, there's the flash over the wall from Dexima. He gets the steal, the unburrow as well, giving him the shield shot. Only landing onto the bronze support as Nicholas is trying desperately to have some sort of effect on this fight, but Arrow is going to bring him down. He falls himself, though, and so far, this has been a favorable fight, I'd say, for the side of Overhyped. They lost the dragon, but they got themselves a good few kills. See if they can hunt down another. The hook gets flashed again. Zerathir holding that to the last moment. Mindless gets stunned up against the wall. His shield is up, though, so he doesn't quite fall. Jiggity Jam is continuing the chase. Oh, no, he landed the auto there into Lies instead of Zerathir. He may have been able to stack up the concussive blows, but one way or another, I think it was over-aggressive to keep going for those kills nonetheless. Stun or no?
Absolutely. It's definitely a little greedy, but he didn't pay for it. Lucky for him. But still, that's losing a dragon for 3 kills, not the worst trade that they could have had.
It was on the edge of greedy. Like, any more commitment than that, and he was in trouble. And I think both Lies and Azerathir smelled it because they were like hanging around looking for some sort of turnaround.
It's like, you go ahead and stick around, Jiggity Jam. We'll show you.
Yeah. See how that works out for you. See here. Yeah. For some reason, Lies is like a gangster in my head because he played a ton of Twitch, so now he's a gangster. He's an old timey like 20s gangster. The cast really shouldn't go till past midnight. This just doesn't work so well.
It gets a little wonky.
Hey, see here, see.
And speaking of say
I know a guy top lane. Nicholas. He's gonna be dropping the undertow. I'll go back into my regular voice for the play. As Mylu, his life may once again be forfeit. As Dexina gives them an offer they can refuse. It's a double knock-up here from the Rek'Sai, and a double knock-up from Arrow as well, but Nicholas still is alive. These guys just don't die. How do you fight a Nautilus and an Olaf? Apparently with lots of commands to attack. There's one from Arrow. He may get two, but Nicholas is turning it around or trying to as Zerathir is here. There's Mark Boots roaming from the side. Mark Boots is putting out some amazing damage onto the Bard. Here he's chasing him into the bush. He's kind of ignoring an Orianna though, but Arrow's kind of ignoring him too. Didn't even drop any autos, and now he's going to get chased down. He's only so much as a double buff transfer away. Flash in for the ult. He doesn't even matter. He doesn't land the stun. The damage was all he needed, and it's a double kill for Cassiopeia.
Mark Boots getting the recovery he needed. He has the tier. He has working towards that Abyssal Scepter, and with a double kill and double buffs, he is going to be able to take off here.
Yes, sir. And that was all that. After all that emphasis by the side of Convicted to hold Mark Boots down, to stomp the snake, like those old flags from colonial America said, "Don't step on snake," or something like that. That may not be historically accurate.
Something like that.
Oh man!
And that was
just made anyone who cares about the history of our country very angry.
It's just unfortunate for Convicted because they put so much effort in trying to get those kills top, and it just all backfired.
Again, both teams, like these teams are so aggressive on both sides that whenever there's a fight, both teams are constantly, instead of looking for a way out of the fight, looking for a way to try and turn it around. And that's why you saw like both Dexima, or sorry, pardon me, not Dexima, Nicholas, wrong jungler, and Impaled stick around despite the fact that they were so incredibly low, and they stuck around so long. Mark was able to walk all the way up the river and get there for some kills. So I think both of these teams could probably take lessons in caution to some degree.
They're definitely not afraid at all, ever.
Another good binding there. Another good binding that can't really be followed up on, and that seems to be the pattern of this lane.
Looks like Dexima is going to opt for that Titanic Hydra start.
Ooh, Nicholas popped a ghost for that and didn't really get much for his summoner's worth. That's true, yeah. 2 summoners down and Arrow not even having to burn anything to get out. Really favorable for him there.
Absolutely.
Quietly favorable, but favorable nonetheless.
Nicholas accidentally revealing himself a little bit.
Ooh, flashing from Dexima, he's still trying to make the distance to Unburrow.
There it is.
He's waiting so incredibly long.
That snake was just fast.
Delayed action gank.
Well, that is going to be Dexima and Arrow picking up Mark Boots again.
One of the disadvantages, I suppose, of Cassiopeia. I mean, Dexima had boots, and Cassiopeia can't buy those anymore, so wasn't able to outrun the shark ground monster thing. There's the concept of blows onto the Bard, and this is Jam stacking up nicely with that snap trap. A stun now onto Lies syllables.
Lies is going.
It's only one
down.
syllable actually in that name, but I don't know if you can handle this all by yourself, Dexima. But maybe with all Arrow out, he'll still available. Jiggity Jam's going to get a bit of his back, but Dexima is there with, of course, his aggressive early items to get some good damage down. He gets himself the kill. Flashback from Arrow, but he flashed onto a cupcake! Revenge from beyond the grave. Jiggity Jam takes one back for the team, or gives one back to the team, I suppose, as Mindless gets sniped by a Prey Seeker. I say sniped, point blanked by a Prey Seeker. And the push onto
But
the
that's
bottom lane
still
commences.
gonna be advantage going over to Overhype.
Zerathir is trying his best to defend this turret because this is still first brick up for grabs. And it looks like he'll be successful alongside a Arcane Barrage to help him out.
That is the first brick. His maintained. No one's lost it. No one's gained it just yet.
Oh, if they can make this ground. Oh, he aimed it at the wrong one. If he was within range, he could have stopped Impaled Base. But even being in range to land the Q, he wasn't able to interrupt Nicholas.
They're taking advantage of the basing here to grab the next dragon.
Yes, this is quite a simple call for them. Pretty easy. Jungler just based.
It is being pinged. They do know what is happening, but it is far too late. No
Yeah.
one's there to respond.
Notion Drake is a pretty big deal. As I said before, very, very useful on a team in particular because it allows you to stack up that tier so easily.
Absolutely. Mark
Great
taking
damage
a
into
lot of
Mark
damage.
Yeah. Shockwave is available, so Arrow could go for the kill sometime soon.
Milo's
He's actually got a
definitely
very small
not
window of opportunity.
having a fun time here. He's having a little bit of a struggle. He's not...
Yeah, and this was the much contested Jace. It was banned out twice against him.
There's, once again, Nicholas heading to that top side, looking for an opportunity to gank him. But there's also a... Oh, maybe not. I was about to say that Dexter is on the bottom side, but he's opting to run away.
Oh, Milo going to get hooked back. Here's Nicholas as well. Flash away from the Jace, but we'll see if that's enough. He's under the safety of his turret, but that safety simply doesn't hold up anymore. Not with Nautilus and Olaf both already on top of him. Mark Boots may go down himself, but he's actually landed some amazing turnaround damage onto his Zerath. I thought he was just going to leap over. He doesn't even need to. He's not afraid of anything at all. Dexima just needs one more proc from Mindless, but no! Chasing that passive too far. He gives up his life.
But that is going to be first brick going over to Overhyped.
Yeah, they are going to lose a few turrets off the back of it, though. Perhaps, actually not. No, Caitlyn shows up in time in the bottom lane, and the mid lane push just simply wasn't strong enough. We'll see if Jiggity Jam can hold this. Piltover, Peacemaker is, yeah, he's definitely going to be able to.
And while that's all happening, Nicholas and Impaled are going to go ahead and secure the Rift Herald, assuming that it's going to go to Impaled.
This is looking really good for Overhyped. And that first game, I mean, it looked really bad, but it really was just a matter of variance, I guess. You know, sometimes you do have a bad game. Sometimes the enemy team does start to snowball out of control, and there's just too many factors to keep the game under lock. And to be able to keep your cool and go into game 2, go into game 3, and know that you're an equal team, not be tilted by that, is sort of a skill unto itself. You know, less
so
a skill and more a property.
It's so very
you know.
valuable. It is. I would consider it a skill. It's a valuable skill
Yeah.
to have for a competitive player because you can't let old games get in the way of the new game.
Yeah, you have to recognize that sometimes you just make some mistakes in the early game that are irrecoverable. It just is the perfect storm, and it doesn't happen too often. Certainly not often enough to use like as a excuse for being stuck in bronze, for example, or gold, or wherever I happen to be stuck at the beginning of the season.
Somewhere in there.
But it does happen every once in a while. I'd say maybe 1 out of every like 20 games at most. Probably less than that. And to recognize that just happened to you and be able to move on and not dwell on it is very useful.
Certainly cannot be overstated.
All right, Impaled roaming out of the top lane. Is spotted by Dexima, but he's not afraid of him.
Dexter's like, here, have a Prey Seeker, and Impaled's like, okay.
And it was actually the start on the aggressive item instead of the jungle item that we might see Dexima go for. The Titanic has been completed before a Cinderhulk.
Well,
He's going into the Cinderhulk now.
At least for him, it still gives health, so he is still relatively durable.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a perfectly fine item path for him, especially given that he had early kills and was able to snowball a bit. And pretty much the entirety of the power that Convicted still has is tied up in the mid and jungle, so...
Overhyped appealed for the court to make a decision here, and They're having a retrial, it looks like.
I'm not going to make more convicted jokes with you. I'm not going to do this. Oh, there's the attempt at stun on Jiggity Jam. Dexima is here as well. They are really looking to force this fight. But Nicholas is here. There's a teleport in from both sides. Pillars of light beaming into the sky, calling in the top laner's crew. There's the ulti onto Lies, the exhaust as well. They are really focusing in onto this Ezreal. Enough that Bard almost gets away, but a quick little auto attack from Jiggity Jam puts the end to that attempted escape. And Lies doesn't even get to live. Arcane Shift or no. Does Mark Boots turn that around? No. Okay.
He's
okay.
deciding he's not going to take the risk.
Slithers away instead. I think for a moment, you could see in his movements, for a moment there, he's like, can I kill him? And no. I'm going to have self-control.
And that is still going to be a big win for Overhype in that fight there.
Oh, definitely. And that was an attempted engage from Convicted, too. That's the best kind of fight to win, because the opponent uses all of their momentum, I guess, all of their cooldowns, their health, their abilities going in. And then if you can first stop that from working and then even turn it into a victory for you, it's more than a victory. It's a victory plus they lose, sort of.
We're seeing how incredibly dangerous Nicholas is. He showed up, popped a Ragnarok, and just dived onto Dexima so he couldn't get away.
Yeah, and these last two games, which are the two games that Overhyped have been doing quite well in, I've got to give a lot of props to Nicholas. He's been a very positive impact on both of them. That is a change from game one, where he sort of started the snowball in the mid lane by being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Absolutely. His mistake in that first game kind of colored my opinion negatively of him, but he's recovered so amazingly in these last two games.
Color? Is that because you're a color commentator?
You could say something like that.
Hey, I'm Keston here. Okay, it's almost 1 a.m. Please forgive me. Dragon. It's a fiery dragon. It's the flamey one with the flamey on its back and its face. And they're gonna go for it and kill it. That's my opinion.
I imagine even breathes fire. Who would have known?
Yeah, it might do that. Might do. It's actually really interesting. Like, the animation is different for all the different things. Like the ocean drake breathes like a sort of watery looking thing. If it was just water, it doesn't seem like it'd be that dangerous, particularly like Nami.
Maybe it's high pressure water. Maybe
it's like a fire hose. But we've got a very, very real potential for team fighting going on right now. As this dragon is again highly valuable.
I'm concerned.
Also not very patient. Keeps resetting.
Oh, it's stolen.
There's the steal. Well done, Arrow. That's all you can say after that.
Secures the third dragon for the side of Convicted. That's a bright light at the end of the tunnel.
Did Nicholas not have smite?
I don't think he did.
Because it was halfway off cooldown when that dragon went down. So even if he had just used a charge, that means that it had just been used 8 seconds ago, which obviously was longer ago than that dragon going down. So I think Nicholas didn't have smite for that, which made Arrow's job a little bit easier stealing that away.
Absolutely.
That may be why they tried so hard to pull it out of the pit like that.
I guess it is entirely possibly just missed smite. I'd have to go back and actually watch it.
One way or another, they've still got, as I said earlier, the kind of momentum on the map that to take a secondary turret down here. They may even rotate mid.
Absolutely. We're seeing that Milo is opting to go ahead and just build his Last Whisper. Going for the giant killer version.
Yeah,
probably a wise decision, given that Impaled and Nicholas are just so ridiculously durable.
It's kind of his only real option to just continue to double down onto the Jace. Jace does not have any form of utility to make use of like a bruiser-focused build. You can't go Titanic or anything like that. At least not nowadays. It was back in the days of the first few patches of Juggernaut when anybody could build tank and it was okay.
Build Iceborne Gauntlet, Sunfire, and just kind of go, hi guys.
Spirit Visage, Sunfire, Iceborne Gauntlet. I'm the tank now.
I did it with Shaco, I'll admit it.
Says Akali. I remember when that was popular. Good lord. That was just like the epitome of when tank items were stupid, because Akali really doesn't have any way to make use of tank items aside from just being tanky.
Oh.
That's interesting. They just snuck over the back of the pit. They are going to get caught out, though.
But
As
that dragon-
Zerathir
that
is
Baron
warding
going
at
down
just the
too
right
very
moment.
quickly.
There's the Tempered Fate. It only catches the Baron, though. Sidestepped by the entire team there from Overhyped. And the Baron's going down very, very quickly. There's the Shockwave. Doesn't get the steal this time, though. And that is secured by Nicholas. The more important secure, I would say. Continuing the chase now after All Arrow, who's kind of cut off from the rest of the team. Thankfully for him, the Braum passive wore off before the Olaf caught up. His life may very well have been forfeit otherwise. Dexima is stunned up, but it's a 2-for-0 trade so far for Convicted. Jiggity Jam gets himself a killing spree. It's one back there, but Impaled is not quite tanky enough to survive there. And he has to flash out of the fight. All right, Baron for a 2-for-1 trade and likely a loss of a turret. Very messy, still just about worth it, I'd say, for Overhyped. Really depends on what they can do with the Baron.
Absolutely. They're really seeing that Convict are going to do their very best here to try and take as many objectives as possible.
They do get themselves another turret in the mid. If Impaled can catch out anybody here, they're dead. He landed the auto, but it was as he was going through the magical journey, so the snare connected on the other side of it.
And we're seeing just a hard push with 3 of them while Mark Boots and Nicholas try to catch up. Between between Jiggity Jam and the minions, they're not gonna. This turret is gonna go down, absolutely.
Yeah, and over the next few minutes, we do see the truth of whether or not that was. In terms of gold, 2 turrets and 2 kills, I would say. I don't know. That's just about equivalent to the Baron take. They do get to get themselves a turret back.
I am honestly shocked that Arrow didn't die. He was so very close to going down.
Yeah, it really was down to just the concussive blows wearing off right before Olaf got next to him. So there wasn't any stun. Like, if he had been stunned up next to Olaf, he was dead. Not stunned up next to Olaf, bad situation, but not necessarily irretrievable. And it's all just down to that Braum passive wearing moment before Olaf gets there. That changes, and that whole team fight looks different.
Oh, Tempered Fate comes down.
Lands onto 2, crucially onto Jiggity Jam. That's a lot of burst damage they can land for that. But that's a beautiful Braum ulti holding up the entirety of Convicted. Aside, of course, from Arrow, who is flanking around from the side. Very, very well done from Mindless. And they're going to return to the push.
Dexima trying to get on top of Jiggity Jam, but Jiggity Jam able to maintain his distance.
Ooh, Anchor Toss not landing. But Impaled is still just like a threat walking forwards. He's going to zone them off the turret here.
Elias finally has that Trinity Force completed with the Muramana, but he looks like he might need that last Whisper now.
And Overhyped need only to break through one of these inhibitor turrets, and I think the game is going to be just about over. That's the last big obstacle they have to take down. They may very well be able to do it with just one more one-team fight, or maybe the 8 of the next if they want to wait around that. Longer they wait, though, the more Mylu's going to recover from his lost lane. The more Lies is going to scale up, as he has gone for the higher damage Ezreal build. He actually doesn't have Gauntlet. He has.
The dragon is going to spawn in 20 seconds. It'll be interesting to see if Convicted can secure it this time, because they already have 3 of the 4 dragons.
And this is another Infernal Drake. This is a 3rd Infernal Drake of the game. It's actually the maximum amount you can get, I believe.
So if they can secure that, that'll put them in a really good spot for attempting to make a comeback.
That's weird. Did you see that? What happened there with Mindless? He swept out the pit, and the you know how when you sweep something, it like makes a little red shadow of it. Yeah. It's out of vision. Made a little red shadow of the dragon before it had like done its animation and fully spawned.
That is weird.
It's creepy. It was a ghost dragon.
Sleeper can tell the future.
Just like me. Tying back to the earlier joke. Whatever.
I get it. I get it.
All right.
Lies opting to get the red buff for himself, but Dragon
Infernal
is
Drake
starting.
There's a pink ward strategically placed around the corner, but doesn't actually see that sight ward over the wall. However, Drake does get secured this time, actually by Impaled.
Nicholas missing the smite again, unfortunately, but fortunately for him, there was no one there in position to really steal it.
And while missing the smite, he was still quite useful in body blocking Lies, who went for the steal attempt with his Q, but found only a large amount of Olaf rear end in the way.
There's the Temper Fate coming down.
There's a 4-man ulti. That perfect start. The catalyst for one of the few team fight victories that Convicted have had this game is Arrow, as he lands a beautiful shockwave triple kill now for the Ezreal. Flash forward from Lies, he's going for the ace, and he's gonna find it off the back of a Quadra.
That was so incredible. Such a beautiful follow-up to that Tempered Fate allows them to get a clean ace at the 30-minute mark.
Such a turnaround for Convicted. This, I don't think this will be game. Cooldowns, death timers rather, aren't that long. Only 10 seconds left. But that's going to be an inhibitor and going to be such a boon to holding out in this match.
That was definitely the hero of that team fight was Aziraphale with that Tempered Fate, securing them for just long enough to ever to get in position. And a nice clean rotation to that top side to finish off that almost dead turret.
Yeah, a lot of just sort of spare gold now to work with, a lot of breathing room with that inhibitor. Wary about pushes in the mid lane nearly as much. And it's such a perfect timing for it too, because Baron is up in under a minute. That's going to give them much more just control over the map to be able to work with that. To try and get vision, to contest.
And gives the entire team a significantly higher amount of gold to work with. Speaking of, there's that last whisper we were talking about on Lies. That is going to give him a much easier time with dealing those tanks. And he's working, I imagine, towards Blade the Rune King now.
Yeah, and speaking of tanks, Dexima has now come online as one. He's got 2 full tank items completed on top of that Titanic Hydra, so he's going to be able to be a good frontline for his team now. And the composition for Conviction is going to start coming online because of all that gold they just got as a sudden influx. The face of the game has just drastically changed, and you can see it here. They're actually pushing in for vision in the opponent's jungle, which they haven't seen hide nor hair of for the past 10 minutes.
Oh, they're starting this Baron with no fear.
None at all. There's the Bard ulti, gonna buy a little bit of time, crucially landing onto the jungler there, but they're still zoned off of the Baron. Dexima takes about 1,000 or 2 damage on the way out. Arrow gets hooked backwards. That Orianna is crucial to the team fight and is absolutely decimated. No shockwave this time around, or at least no 4-man shockwave. It was burned in desperation at the end of his life, and this is just cleanup duty now for the side of Overhype. As Nicholas pops the ghost to keep the chase going, Bard's magical journey gets him to a slightly safer part of the lane. It's safe enough, I suppose, as now they're going to back off towards the Baron. Overhyped, put the foot down and regain control.
A little bit of
Jam, no. Jam, that's a Baron.
Jiggity Jam not quite respecting Baron's damage
He
output.
forgot he had a Runons. He went for the ward kill, forgot he had a Runons, and was hitting the Baron. Perhaps unknowingly. There's the attempted steal with redemption. You gotta give credit to him, but it doesn't quite work.
So that was unfortunately a little bit overly aggressive from Convicted. They got maybe a little bit of a high there from that huge team fight and kind of paid for it.
Yeah, and admittedly so, but the other option was to continue to turtle up against a team that can siege them down. I mean, they've got a Caitlyn, they've got a Cassiopeia. They can keep these lanes shoved and then deal with the turrets when they get to them. So I think an aggressive play wasn't necessarily the wrong call. They just
I feel
didn't
like they
execute
could
perfectly, and they kind of have to.
I felt like they could have danced a little bit better before engaging that Baron, try to get some of those
Definitely.
minions to push down the middle better.
Yeah, true. They could have given mid lane a little bit longer to push with the inhibitor down and just gone for vision, something along those lines. One way or another, though, I don't necessarily disagree with Baron, but yes, there was something missed in the execution because they ended up losing the team fight. You don't lose if you do everything right, so at least that's not the way it's supposed to work.
Well, they're far enough behind that even if they do everything right, they can still potentially lose, but that's just more reliant on the enemy.
Well, that's because they didn't do things right earlier on. It's a cascading effect.
True.
But to shove up the mid lane here, and intelligently so, it counters out the super minions to some degree. that's the lane they choose to shove. And some vision control duty before they keep the momentum going. Every time they walk over those blast cones, there's always somebody who hits it. You can't resist.
To be fair, it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is, even if the animations are a little bit wonky. But like, even if it's not useful to use it at that moment, if you have like 3 or 4 people walking over a blast cone, somebody right clicks it. Somebody. It's one of the new rules of Summoner's Rift. All right, well, Dragon will be with us very soon. This is an Elder Drake, I believe. Yeah, we're just past the 35-minute mark. And
just barely.
If you recall, there are quite a few dragons sitting on the shoulders of Overhyped right now, so that Elder Drake would be pretty huge for them. As they've got, let me check the exact number. I believe it's 2 Infernals, 1 Ocean.
Sounds about right, but the Elder Drake is melting under the output. Oh,
yeah, it's Drill ulti sadly flying through as the Elder Drake has already perished. And they're going to take their aggression to the bottom lane here. The inhibitor has just respawned in mid, so I think there's one... Check real quick. 1 wave of supers left? No, there's no waves of supers left. Sometimes there's one left over that spawned just as the inhibitor was dying. They actually don't even have to worry about even a last gasp of supers in the mid lane. And they've got a Baron Elder Drake combo to shove up mid lane with.
They need to be careful.
This is the moment of truth. Mark Boot's the only one caught by the Tempered Fate. They're going to defend him valiantly.
No clean aces this time. They're ready for the Tempered Fate.
Ooh, that was the real big headshot.
That looked like it hurt a little bit.
Redemption used just to restore a little bit of health to the Bard. Half health now on multiple tanks, though.
Definitely a
damage
lot of
output
coming out.
Is pretty real. Yeah, I mean, even Jace is starting scaling up into 3 items. His laning phase was certainly rough, but as the game goes on, that's going to matter less and less. And if Lies can just keep landing these Qs, there's another one. He has been on point with the Ezreal this game.
Another Q from Milu's Jace just does a huge amount of damage to Jiggity Jam.
Dexima getting in front of Lies like that. Like, I'll take it for you. He just tunnels behind them. The betrayal. You could write ballads about it, but they don't get the turret. That's with Baron, 5 members strong, and an Elder Drake. If they don't manage to shove in a turret, with a Caitlyn no less, and everything going right for them,
yeah,
that feels kind of bad.
It is definitely not so great, because Jiggity Jam was just getting constantly poked, and it dropped him low enough that they had to consider retreating, and they did.
Yeah. And I guess that's the way they counter the push, with really, really good Q placement from Lies and some supplemental damage from the Orianna and Jace. I like the composition here from both sides, honestly. And it's another point that I think I've hit on once or twice. Like, these teams are pretty darn evenly matched, as we've seen over the course of this best of 3. Game 1 went crushingly towards Convicted. Game 2 crushingly towards Overhyped. And now this match is a tooth and nail slugfest, reaching the 40-minute mark.
Overhype has the slight advantage, but Convicted is saying, no, we're not out of this yet.
It's all just down to that team fight earlier, all just down to that bar. They pulled off so impeccably, maybe 5-10 minutes ago now.
As they're through with the glorious 4-man Tempered Fate. And then just the follow-up was so just devastating.
Mm.
But we're seeing
interesting item differential between these.
We're seeing final items for pretty much everyone.
Jiggity Jam has opted for a defensive choice here, actually, with the Guardian Angel, and I like that quite a bit. Lies is still lagging behind in gold a little bit. Actually, let me check exactly how much. Yeah, he's actually still behind by a good amount, 3,000. So that is about an item's worth.
He's about to finish his 5th item, which is going to be Blade of the Ruined King, which will help him with Impaled and Nicholas.
So I think that's one of the big stumbling blocks that in these team fights, Convicted, is still going to have to get through. The fact that on 1 or 2 matchups, they're still an item behind. But the difference between 5 items and 6 is much less pronounced than like 2 items and 3.
Absolutely. especially in the case of Milo, who's only starting to work on his 4th item. Or, well, unless you don't count boots. If you count boots, it's a 5th item.
Game has certainly quieted down quite a bit, though. Neither team wanting to get their goose cooked. Both sides, it seems, waiting for the Baron.
This is a stage in the game where one mistake, one clean ace, and you could lose the game off that.
For sure, yeah. Less than that, even. 2, 3 kills. Even just 1 kill onto the exact right person.
And
If Wise goes down, for instance.
Overhyped wanting to try and set up an ambush, but there's so much long-range poke from Convicted. It's so unlikely that a bush gank is going to succeed.
Oh, there's a flash in from a Zerathir.
Trying to
Didn't
get that
find
stun.
the stun, though. Yeah. I don't know if his team could really even do much with it if he found that. That's, I mean, not the worst summoner to have been burned. Honestly, flash on the Bard is probably much less important than, say, flash on almost anyone else, but you still don't want to burn that. They're sitting on a ward right now. They don't think they are because of the ward is out of vision of their control ward. There's the 3-man Bard ult into a 3-man Orion. This is a serious case of deja vu for Overhyped, but maybe it's not going to be quite as bad as the last time. Caitlyn and Cassiopeia are both still belting out damage. Nicholas comes through a magical journey only to find a quick death on the other side. That magical journey has been used so many times in this fight. That wall basically didn't exist. But it's only a 1-for-0 trade. There was such a epic start to the fight for it to end so tepidly. Still some kiting going on, though.
Milo having to opt to go back to base to clear out those minions, and I just have to do the same to the top turret as well. Still, though, that's going to be Convicted holding on.
Yeah, but in the end, I would say Overhyped did come out on top because they did, by dint of minions at the very least, take a turret during that engagement. A Zerathir coming over the wall. He's going to get bursted down as Mark Boots. But that does give an opening for Lies to come in onto Jiggity Gem. The GA now coming into play, though, as Caitlyn will revive. There's another Orianna ulti. That's how long this skirmish has been sort of drawn out here. Here's Ezreal Mindless just about sidestepping.
Mindless so very close to dying there.
And Jiggity Jam thanking his lucky stars for that Guardian Angel purchase earlier on. Again, that would have turned the tides of this game had he actually gone down for real. There's the flash in for the over-the-wall Cassiopeia. Oh, Mark Boots getting the perfect pick on the top side of the fight, though. Jiggity Jam did go down, but in the end, will it matter? Mark Boots is taking on the mantle of DPS, but he gets shut down. Mailu diving into the back manages to burst him. It's only the tanks now. We'll see what they can accomplish with a numbers advantage.
I think between Dexma and Azithir, they can stall this out. I don't think there's any threat of them losing, but they may lose an inhibitor.
I don't know if they lose an inhibitor. Zerathir is keeping them bound up for time and time again down here.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I mean, if Olaf gets hit in this, it may go down. What is going on? This is such a silly fight. Just no one has any damage. No one. The first 80 carry to get to this fight is just going to wreak havoc. But
and Impaled in trouble.
Yeah, Impaled may eventually go down. In the same way that the Great Wall of China will eventually erode, but maybe sooner rather than later. As I said, the first 80 carry to show up gets his pick of the litter. Lies gets the kill.
And that's with Impale being down, that actually gives a pretty big advantage to this next Convicted play, assuming they can get it out fast enough.
Somebody go check the Great Wall of China, make sure it's still there. A Nautilus died, we have to be sure. Alright, well, Baron is still alive. Through all of that, nobody actually went and took the damn thing. But may not be alive for very much longer. Braum lending a helping hand there with the concussive blows, how nice. Nice to see the teams cooperating. Redemption for some healing. Mark Boots getting caught out. The Orianna ulti.
Oh, the shield's
Crucial
barely
one for sure.
keeping him alive.
Yeah, Mark Boots just about slithers away with his life. And for those of you just joining us, this is the 45th minute of a 1-for-1 series now in the final.
This is the
So this is for
match of the evening.
every single marble. All of the marbles, everyone. Bard ulti to buy some time. There's to secure the Baron.
Convicted is just stubbornly holding on despite the disadvantage they've had this game.
There's the base, and we are into 6-item mode just about across the board.
Yeah, Mylu, having completed his Guardian Angel, working on his last damage item. Having made a nice recovery.
Elder Drake will be back with us in under a minute. And it's going to be the next point of contention for these teams. Of course, it will be a little bit more valuable if Overhyped can get it, as I believe they do have... Actually, no, they've got less dragons. It's
Convicted has the...
Convicted that has the more dragons. Getting the team names confused for a moment there. My apologies. But he'll be with us very shortly, so we'll get to see another massive fight break out. This time there are GAs on the side of Convicted. 2 of them, in fact. I think that's going to be crucial. Oh, Mark Boots, no. This could be the beginning of the end right here. Lots of damage on the deck. He's at least going to be somewhat impactful before he falls.
Dexima, he almost...
That is a really big pick.
He did so much damage to Dexima, but Dexima's GA is still up.
Walking directly out of Cassiopeia at 46 minutes is like trying to walk through one of those hurricanes, you know, where you see news footage of someone just like being constantly buffeted by huge, just 50-mile-an-hour winds hitting them in the face. It's not a pleasant experience. There's the Elder Drake secured, though.
Damn it, can't imagine that Dexima was enjoying the experience, but he was able to get close enough to get the knock-up and help secure the kill.
Alright, and this is a shove up the mid lane. This time, the Baron Elder Drake are on the other foot, or I don't know, belt. Seem to sort of hover around there. Flash burned from Jiggity Jam. Traded for the Bard ulti.
And they so very easily take that. And they're gonna go, it looks like they're going to rotate to top to take that turret, because it is so very close to dead.
Yeah, they can just face tank this one, in fact. Doesn't really matter who tanks it up, it's not going to be there for very long. A little bit more gold for them, a little bit more map control. And we may see yet another team fight here. Here, another pick, I suppose. That wasn't really a team fight, just a pick on the Mark Boots. Oh, a little bit off to the left.
Good guess. I'm guessing that Mindless just guessed there. It was
yeah,
close,
I mean, he didn't
but
envision.
no cigar.
It's unfortunate that he popped the Scrying Bloom after going for that, because he could have Scrying Bloom first to see where he was and then used the Q, but I don't know if he would have had time to do that, because the base was almost, pardon me, completed.
That is true.
It was a Baron enhanced base.
And it looks like Convicted going ahead and solidly push up this top side. They still have Baron.
They've got an inhibitor shoving up mid for them, though, so grouping in one of the sidelines does make a lot of sense.
And it's worth noting that Impaled and Nicholas have completed their last item, which is a Thorn Mail, to help reduce the effectiveness of Lies' auto attacks.
Yeah, and it's actually a Quicksilver Sash for Lies, which I find interesting. I would have anticipated the Guardian Angel instead, but respecting the Cassiopeia ult, I suppose.
Maybe
I would say
unlucky trap.
Nautilus. I would say Nautilus is CC, but it's so repeatable, you know, like because he's got 4 CCs. If Nautilus gets next to you, you can cleanse off 1, but he's got 3 more. You can't really cleanse his ulti or anything like that either. Just the snare really from the passive. So yeah, it is basically
so
just
patiently. They're just poking it
respect
out.
for Mark Boots. Well, turret won't go down. I mean, they've got no reason to be impatient. They clawed this game back from the brink, for God's sake.
Nope, there's
There's Lies getting focused. They've got shields for days to keep him alive, though, with an Orion. Chase going. This is a 2v5 for a few. Braum coming out is going to drop the Glacial Fissure. However, Redemption gives a second lease on life to Convicted. Mark Boots, though, is looking for the flank for some DPS of his own. There's the tunnel over the wall. Dexima is again going to walk through that pelting rain.
We didn't get a chance to talk about it,
Cassiopeia.
but Aziraphale with another brilliant Tempered Fate, locking up
Yes.
3 members.
Right after Shockwave pulled them together, yeah.
And basically forced flashes. So that's just such a valuable tool. And it looks like this inhibitor is going to go down. Maybe not.
But where is the straw that breaks the camel's back here? Because neither of these teams are giving an inch without blood, sweat, and tears. It seems like Convicted are gaining slightly more inches. It was Veil of the Night right there, by the way, from Mylu, that spell shield that looked sort of like a more opaque Banshee's Veil. One of the newer items. Interesting choice on Jace, for sure.
It does keep him safe for one ability. That's certainly not useless.
Sort of like a Banshees that you have a little more control over, but is less useful against enemies surprising you because, of course, you don't have it active. Yeah.
And, of course, that channel is interrupted by damage.
It's a really cool trade-off. I actually quite like the mechanic, but there's a shove up the bottom lane now. With both other lanes pushing for free.
Convicted wisely deciding to go ahead and rotate to the bottom side. They have 2 inhibitors down, and they're just going to slowly poke this turret down.
Yeah, maybe not so slowly. It's nearly dead, and that's the cue to fight here from the side of Overhyped. From the Jace, and he's caught out here in no man's land. He is gone. There's a hook onto Lies as well. This could be the end if they can keep this chase. If they can just stick to the Ezreal, but Blade of the Ruin King gets him a speed buff. There's a beautiful 2-man stun from the Bard. Redemption for some healing on the way out. And once again, it's a 1-man pick, and both teams go back. Oh, or maybe not. All arrow pops the ghost. Mindless to make him down. There it is. Clockwork auto attack for the kill.
Such a good pickup there. That evens it out. Sure, lots of support for a top, but I'll take what they can get.
And there's still just nothing that can be done with either of those kills side. The inches that have been gained through the blood, sweat, and tears that I was talking about earlier, though, have all been recently in favor of Convicted, though. When we back away from this carnage that has been so very rough and tumble, you can see that Convicted come out on top in pretty much every way. And now they've got superior positioning for this Baron. They've still got an inhibitor down in the top, even though that mid one did just respawn. And, well, all can be lost in a disastrous team fight. That's really the only thing they have to avoid, a disastrous team fight. As long as the game remains quiet, I think they've got this one in the bag.
Convicted going ahead and take this Baron uncontested. It looks like Overhyped is still defending their base against minions.
There it is. That's some more pushing power for these lanes not enhanced by yeah.
Let's see if they decide to go ahead and clear out that mid lane, get that inhibitor down, and then rotate to bottom.
I'm surprised that they're basing here.
Well, it looks like they probably have enough gold to finish their items. There is a Luden's Echo for Arrow.
GA even for a Xerath here. A lot of focus on that item this game. If you look at there's 6 on the Rift now. And when when team fights are being won by hairs like this, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Looks like Lies is getting ready to rejoin his team. He's picking up red buff, I imagine.
And we have a few last moments of quiet before what I imagine are going to be the last few moments of the game as a whole.
The calm before a huge storm.
We're approaching the 60-minute mark here, the 55-minute mark, and then the 60. That's how numbers work. Oh man,
they went down. Says what I know.
No, not tonight. As tonight we're going all the way until 1. Prey Seeker not quite landing. Don't know why I mentioned that, though, as Prey Seeker at this point is little more than a glorified minion auto attack.
That is going to be the turret going down. So that's all the outer turrets. For the, I thought they
Lies is the target, but the Nautilus didn't make it over the wall with the flash. Lies is able to kite backwards. Nicholas is going to continue chasing after him, but there's just so much healing, so many shields. There's not that much that an Olaf can do. Mark Boots lands a 2-man stun, but it is not the right man. Mylu will fall, but the rest of the team is falling around him, or perhaps not. Impale lands another hook into Lies as the re-engage of the Ezreal if they need a crit there from the Caitlyn. Flash away from Mark Boots as the tanks keep him off to the side of the fight. It's a shutdown for the Cassiopeia. The damage doing its work while he was kiting away. All Arrow, though, is still full health, still has that flash, but neither team is able to capitalize. Again, we have a stalemate.
So ridiculously intense.
My God. I hit on it a few times, but I wasn't aware of exactly how These teams are so evenly matched. A series of unfortunate events for sure have left overhyped in the back seat this game, in the latter half of this game at the very least, as they've had to cede control of basically the rest of the map. But every time they get pushed back to the base, every time they get put up against a wall, they come out with their teeth bared and they live another day.
That's certainly not over just yet. We're seeing that overhyped can deal damage to get kills, and they're a serious threat to anyone that is out of position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a Cassiopeia. Damage is not something they're lacking. It's just everything is on a knife's edge in all of these team fights. That's why you're seeing 6 Guardian Angels, or 5 now, as one of them actually got sold.
Imagine the strain some of these players are under right now.
Especially at the end of a best of 3, at the end of a night. Like, to still be playing at such an intense level.
Oh, we're seeing an ambush.
Oh, man. This is so tense. Just creeping up close enough for the sweeper to check that. Smart from Mindless. Very smart.
Mindless not being so mindless this time.
Come on. He's been playing pretty well. Everybody's been playing pretty well this game, honestly.
That is unfair. I mean, he has been a very solid player. There's been
even with
mistakes.
Mylu's like unfortunate laning phase aside, he's more than made up for it in some of these later fights.
He's definitely a threat. He's dealing lots of damage. He has his build now.
Yes, sir. All right, Elder Drake is on the table, or on the rift, I suppose. On the menu, and we'll see which team gets to chomp down on it.
It's definitely going to be an interesting set of events. I gotta say that Convicted has the advantage of poke here. They have the Ezreal and they have a Jace.
Mm-hmm. I would say, though, that in the straight-up fight, should it break out, Caitlyn will do a little bit more damage than Ezreal.
And so I would say that Mark Boots is definitely just this minigun waiting to go off.
Yeah. Yeah, in addition to Caitlyn. Like, both Caitlyn and Cassiopeia can be described that way pretty aptly.
No, to be fair,
it's interesting
they're shooting a minigun that's has 20mm tank shells.
When you get to this point where you're 6 items and stuff, and you're sort of jockeying for position in the jungle like that, it's an interesting point that I've seen with a lot of teams, both in low-level solo queue play and in amateur-level play and semi-professional play like this. You'll still see teams just take jungle camps, just kind of by reflex while they're near them, even though everybody's 6 items, nobody needs any gold anymore for anything. It's just such a habit ingrained in League players. An interesting little point.
Seeing a flank from Impaled, maybe. He used his teleport to teleport.
Oh, man. What? Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, there's a shove going on top lane. And that's in favor of overhyped.
Mylu going to go ahead and back. That turret is so low.
Everything on the map is fungible at this point. If anything goes down, anybody dies in a team fight, this can swing, even though they're missing all but one of their Nexus turrets. Or actually, no, they still got both. One's just pretty wounded.
And it's going to be Elder Drake secured by Overhyped, and it's going to give them a valuable tool to help them win a team fight.
Definitely. All right, where is that next team fight as we breach 100,000 gold for one of these teams?
And the other
almost 100,000
behind. Both teams have full builds. They're, with the exception of Mindless.
Is this the longest game in Reverie history? I think it's closing in on it.
It's definitely...
I think we've had one over 60 in the past.
I can't remember. There's not many games that go this long. And both teams are
definitely not
so determined not to be the one that loses.
See, full items, doesn't need gold, still farming jungle camps. I mean, there's not really much else you can do. You look for vision, and it's just so habitual. But I'll get that point aside. We have a Baron up in 10 seconds. And these teams are once again just fighting for control of vision in the jungle here.
There's only one player who doesn't have a full build, and that's Mindless. He has yet to finish that Warden's Mail into something. Oh, see, they're not even going to go for Baron. They're going to push this mid wave up.
Oh, man, if they get enough damage done before this Baron goes down, they could very well. But if they don't, then they've just given up Baron and Elder Drake for basically just an inhibitor. They may have to back out. Yeah, they have to back out here. All right, well, the Elder Drake went down earlier. That's Baron as well. And all they've gotten out of the equation is an inhibitor.
Oh, they're gonna.
But they're gonna. Oh, they swept the bush.
Oh, this is so.
Mindless is gonna lead the charge. She's gonna get spotted. There's the two-man stun. Nicholas is down too. He's got the GA to res a little bit, but the cheesy bush strat pays off. It's 2 kills already, but there's the Nautilus ult going through the whole team. Martin Boots is on a killing spree. Lies kiting backwards as desperately as he can. He is going to drop impaled into his GA. Meanwhile, the other side, the tanks are doing work under the Caitlyn as well. Mark Boots goes into the zone, just buys some time. He gets out with barely any life. Caitlyn is doing huge damage. It's a double kill for Jiggity Jam, a triple kill for Jiggity Jam. Zerathor gets over the wall, but I don't think he escapes this when he gets snared. And Jiggity Jam has him definitively in his sights. The GA popping will not be enough to save his life. There's a cupcake set up for him right there. Sweet and bitter. Bittersweet. As that is surely GG.
I can't imagine this game not being over now. There's huge death timers here. We're going to see Arrow going to be respawning in 30 seconds, and Jiggity Jam could easily kill these inhibitors.
I've got to give so much props to the carries from Overhyped, Mark Boots and Jiggity Jam alike, because they started that fight a man and a half down, sort of, because Nicholas took his time dying. And yet still, they kited beautifully, and they had really, really just solid late game carry mechanics, kiting, target selection, all that sort of good stuff.
And with that is
and what an ending.
Overhyped taking the victory and securing themselves a seat for the buy-in tournament at the end of the month.
But not without work put in.
That was so stressful for these players. I can't imagine, because I'm stressed out now from.
Yeah, like my shoulders hurt. I was hunching over in front of my mic. But well played to both teams. Well played indeed. But that's it from us here at Reverie.
Yeah, that was an intense series, to say the least. And I think that's actually an understatement.
Mm-hmm. And if you enjoyed them, please do hit that follow button. We have a tournament, albeit not every time does it go to 60 minutes, but we do have a tournament opens, and then once a month, towards the end of the month on a Sunday, we have our buy-in tournament, which is the prize sort of for winning one of our opens. Our open tournaments, anyone can join. You can even join as a player and be drafted into a team if you don't have a team of 5. But the winning team then gets a free slot in our buy-in tournament, which has a cash prize at the end of the month.
Congratulations once again to Overhyped. Valiant effort by Convicted. I really hope we can see them make a return to this tournament, because they played so well. And on that note, I think that's going to be it for the I guess it's morning now, but
for the broadcast.
And that's going to be it. I'm just going to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. You may have noticed some of the commercials. First off, we do have Battlefly, which is the website we use to basically create and run our tournaments. They help us make the brackets and keep track of the winners and losers. On top of that, we have a LOL History app, which is a phone application for iPhone and Android that is a summoner lookup tool similar to, say, op.gg or LOLKing. Last but certainly not least by any means is Vibby, V-I-B-B-Y, which is a website that you can use to create highlight reels without downloading any additional software. You just go to the website, you plug in a video, and you make a highlight reel on their website. And that's going to be it, guys. What a long evening for us, though. And the players. Jeez.
Yeah. And from me, Octavian, and Effect here. Have a great night, everybody.
Good night, guys. See you guys next week. Hopefully we see some return players.